Okay. Chair this meeting open for Wednesday, the 28th of June, Kaipara District Council. I'd like to start with apologies. Do we have any apologies, please? No, we have no apologies. Can I have a motion for the apologies, please?
There are none.
There are none. Okay. Move to the next item. Confirmation of the agenda. I will move that. Do I have a seconder?
I see.
Thank you, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins. Is there any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay. We next move. Sorry? I moved to item 2.1, which is Burnette O'Connor, presenting the planning collective, the Duncan Unsworth Kaipara development proposed for Raymond Bull Road. Welcome, Burnette, wherever you be. Thank you.
Sorry, apologies, Burnette is running late because Duncan's closed again. So I'll just...
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, she's a couple of minutes away, but I can get the ball rolling if you'd like. So, yeah, thank you for having me here today. My name is Duncan Unsworth. I'm from Kaipara Developments. We're a land developer based north of Auckland, and just want to talk to you about a land holding we have up in Mangawhai. Okay, so we own a piece of land just on the corner of Black Swamp and Raymond Bull, which is this piece in here. We acquired the land last year, and ultimately we want to subdivide it into residential and a little bit of commercial retail. So we've been consulting with one of the other major landowners to the south who so I guess, yeah, our block 27 hectares and there's another piece on the other side which is about 30 hectares. And we see it as an opportunity to grow Mangawhai on the other side of the estuary. There's a couple of reasonably sized pieces of land. And I guess what we don't want to see happen is ad hoc development around Mangawhai. So we see this as a good opportunity to plan for the future. Would be proposing sort of a mixture of medium density housing, lower density housing, and like I say, a little bit of commercial retail as well. And I guess it provides a bit of scale. We'd be prepared to work with council on infrastructure. We've done this before in Auckland. We've entered into infrastructure funding agreements for wastewater, water, sewage, traffic, things like that. So I guess we're here early. We're keen to work with council. We see it as a pretty strategic location in terms of taking some of the pressures off Mangawhai and giving access to the estuary on the other side, as well as other beach access, like I say, to take a bit of pressure off the main beach. There's already a little bit of development out that side with the campground and the brewery and the garden centre, so we just see it as a little bit of a natural progression. I guess a little bit about Kaipara. Our company's been around for over 35 years. I've been with Kaipara for 18. I'm the general manager there. Came from a contracting background, contracting family north of Auckland. So we're sort of in it for the long haul. We're not land bankers, we're developers. One of our directors has got a place up here, so he's pretty passionate about the area. Like I say, we want to work with council to achieve good outcomes in terms of infrastructure, some amenities, cycleways, walkways, and I guess obviously, I mean, I've looked at the growth projections for up here, and I mean, we're doing some of our own homework as well, but it's looking like over the next sort of 30 odd years, the population could increase by sort of 10,000 people or so. which equates to maybe 3,000 dwellings. So it's fairly significant. And I guess one thing is we don't want people to be scared by seeing this big 60 hectare or whatever it is piece of land out here and it's all going to be developed today. It's the kind of thing that this project would run over 10 or 15 years because there's the initial planning, sorting out infrastructure, getting consents, then getting house builders on board, houses getting built, the market. So it is really a 10 or 15 year project that we see. So it's not something that's just suddenly there's going to be hundreds of houses that pop up. So we just see this as an opportunity to plan for the future of Mangawhai and create some options for living and for employment. And I guess what we don't want to see is, and what's happened a lot in Auckland, is land gets partly rezoned to say a semi-residential or a lifestyle block, and then everything grows, and then there's the subsequent development after that, and it comes and it's ad hoc and it's not planned properly and there's not everything in place. Whereas if you actually plan up front for the future with a couple of landowners, you can do something pretty cool. So this here is just, we just got a rough sketch done by our urban designer. Is down the bottom here, we're showing a bit of commercial. There'd be some higher density down here, and then the lot size would get larger up here. There's walkways, planting, cycleways, lots of amenity. I mean, like I say, this is very, very indicative at this stage, but it's just something for you guys to see. So I guess, yeah, really here to show you that and to answer any questions you might have. So far away.
There's a reason for being late. My apologies, people.
But this is Burnette. Welcome.
I'm Burnette O'Connor, and I'm sorry the traffic was terrible with the Dome Valley being closed.
Oh, you had to go the long way. Thank you.
For an hour.
I have a question, please. Thank you for your presentation. Do you have direct access to the estuary as part of this?
Well, there's a paper road that runs down there that and we've already talked to the other landowner that owns a bit of land, so we'd propose to upgrade the paper road and look to do something with the landowner at that end as well. To provide some car parking access.
Actually,
So,
for the estuary.
Potentially a boat ramp.
Yeah, but yes, there's a paper road. It's in pretty bad, it's in a reasonably bad state at the moment, but we would look to upgrade that.
And the second part of the question was, you talked at the bottom end there. I imagine that's the closest to the estuary end. Where is Black Swamp Road? Is that at the top there?
Sorry, Black Swamp Road is along here, and then that's Raymond Bull Road up here.
Oh, okay.
So that's Raymond Bull, and then there's a paper road.
It's a paper road.
Runs down to the estuary there.
It's heading down.
So that's how to get to the estuary, you'd come along here. And yes.
So you were talking higher intensity.
Just around if we had some commercial down there, we'd have, I mean, when I say higher density, it might be 500 square metre plus lots. It's not apartments or anything like that. And that's like.
Can I just interject on that? Because I guess that's part of the reason for presenting to the council at this stage, is that the council's deciding through its district plan process what the council wants and what your policy framework is. And I guess this has the opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, and I guess council shouldn't be afraid of some density if it's done well. It's not about the number of houses, it's how it's done. And there's also a lot of people that don't want 1,500 square metres or 1,000 square metres. Retired people don't want a lot of land. They want to be close to a cafe or the amenities.
Sure, understand.
Yep.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for coming and speaking with us. Do you have any SHPL issues there or the wood?
We have had soil analysis done and obviously very aware of MPS HPL. it's not high quality soils. Under the blanket provisions that there are at the moment, and the transitional provisions, parts of the site are highly productive land, but it's also very wet. And I think I'm not sure what the approach of Northland Regional Council is going to be to that mapping, but I'm fairly confident that when you go through that more detailed mapping process that the NPS HPL requires, that this won't be considered a large geographically cohesive area of highly productive land. But once again, there's some processes to come yet
Right.
at that point. But yeah, there's a lot of limitations in terms of wetness and things with the soil testing and analysis we've had so far.
Thanks. So,
Councillor Vincent.
I think I had a question.
if that's okay. So just with regard to that, you've done your own on-site testing and found that it's not LUC 1, 2 or 3.
There are areas of LUC 3. So that's what I mean. At the moment, with the blanket definition of highly productive land, there are parts of the site that are highly productive land. But as we know, there's another process through, and whether it gets through that next test or not to actually be mapped as highly productive land is another matter. And in my professional opinion, I think that's fairly unlikely.
Small areas that are fragmented throughout the site, kind of.
Yeah. And that have limitations. So it's already been acknowledged if you read the implementation guide on the national policy statement. I'm quite familiar with it because I was in the Environment Court on that matter a couple of weeks ago. But it recognises that Class 3 land in particular is not necessarily all going to be included because there's a very big range of what classifies as Class 3 land.
Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I guess there's a bit of a clue, isn't there, in the name Black Swamp Road to indicate quality of land.
It's a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, my question is, I just wonder what you're doing here, because what does this add to the process? Like, why don't you just go ahead and lodge your plan change request?
We could just go ahead and lodge plan change request and
And we may well do that, but I guess we've had a little bit of correspondence with some people in council and we were invited to come along here today just to tell you what we're up to. Ideally, we would like to work with council to produce something for the long term, but everything's, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the fundamental answer, is actually working with council and the community and trying to deliver something that fits within the framework. If the council continues to proceed with the district plan process, it's better to be responding to that and working within it rather than trying to have a separate.
And I guess, like I said, we don't just want to put some ad hoc plan in, we'd rather try and work with council in terms of what they want commercially or retail or density or all that stuff, because if we can work with the owner across the road as well, we've got a bit of scale to respond and work with council.
Yeah, I thought there are people there that you should be working with.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is very basic actually, and you did allude to it, saying that you want to work alongside a council in terms of providing infrastructure. I wasn't clear what you did. Are you looking to have your own wastewaters and everything?
Well,
We're looking at 2,000 houses. If you look at residential development, that scale.
yeah, I mean, out here, there wouldn't be 2,000 houses. I mean, if it's between the two land holdings, there might be 60 odd hectares at 10 per hectare roughly, because we want walkways and everything, might be 600 houses. But our engineer is looking into the wastewater at the moment and looking at solutions. So we don't have an answer today, but I guess what I was saying is we have in the past in Auckland worked with the council to provide infrastructure.
And to work out what upgrades and things are
Yeah.
required to contribute.
So you would be contributing in advance before.
Yes, so we have done that before and we would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I mean, subject to the cost, obviously, but yes.
Talking 60 million or something like that, is it?
Don't know the cost, but
Thank you.
yeah, it needs to stack obviously financially for us. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's going to be transitional because not everything happens that way.
And yeah, exactly. You don't, like I say, it's sort of, we see this as a 10 to 15 year project, so you don't need everything on day one.
Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wondered about roading infrastructure because coming into Moananui and that Black Swamp Road and Inslee Street, it's quite a congestion point over, you know, holidays, peak season, things like that, and adding an extra 600 homes and that amount of, you know, traffic movements around there. So are you thinking, you know, into the future, the roading side of it?
So any rezoning, whether we do that by way of a private plan change or by way of the submission through the district plan process, needs to be supported by an integrated traffic assessment that looks at the wider area, how everything's functioning, right, you know, from state highway where traffic flows go, what the impacts of this are on the local and wider roading network, and we need to work out exactly what upgrades would be required, and then the rezoning through either a precinct or some rules package or something, which is often done in the Auckland area, needs to respond to those things so that the effects of this development are not putting anything additional on the community or on the council.
Thank you.
Further questions, councillor Larson?
Thank you. You just the other contemporary potential policy hurdle being the NPS freshwater. Is it all good in that regard?
It's all good in that regard, which in itself is quite a small miracle given the name of the road, Black Swamp. Like we've had ecologists walking all over. There's nothing on site that classifies as a natural inland wetland. Helpful now having the clarification that that doesn't include any coastal areas or anything. And yeah, there were no particular ecological features that are of significance. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you for having us.
Apologies for like this, and yes, thank you for your time.
Okay, next on our agenda is a presentation from Caren Hastings to reinstate the karakia at council meetings. Welcome, Caren.
Permission to record myself speaking.
Sorry, what was that?
Public.
Permission, please, to record myself speaking.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, could we clarify it's being recorded anyway?
This is just for me.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And can I ask, was there karakia offered at the beginning of this meeting? Yes.
We had an opening prior to the meeting where councillor Vincent, as agreed in our meeting, had a pre-meeting opening, which included, was that a karakia, Mark, or was it not?
It was the council's karakia.
Hold on.
There you go.
Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunamu te moana. Hei huarahi mā tātou I te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou katoa, he uria hou no hokianga. Ko te hukutu te hapu, ko ngā puhi te iwi, ko Caren taku ingoa, ko huia te ingoa o taku kōtiro. He mihi mahana ki a koe e Mark, mo o kupu whakamoimati I tēnei rā. Thank you for bringing karakia today. My kōtiro huia is 9 years old and goes to Mangawhai Beach School locally. They recite this and other karakia daily. If she can, you can too. They recite karakia to welcome a sense of togetherness, respect and peace in the classroom. We are here today to tell you we believe you made a wrong choice in removing karakia from these meetings. In order to illustrate why, I need to tell you a story. My grandmother grew up in Hokianga in the early part of last century. She spoke only te reo Māori at home. As is the story with many of our tūpuna, English was imposed either by mere refusal to teach anything else in the classroom or by physical punishment. It became impossible to get work without English, and because of severe land loss in the north, our tūpuna were forced to work to earn money to feed their families and survive. My whānau lived in severe poverty due to colonisation. Te reo was not the only thing taken. Many of our tikanga protocols, whakairo carvings, our lands, our ability therefore to earn, taken. My grandmother moved away from home and, like many, rarely returned. She didn't speak te reo Māori again until she was in her 80s. Unwell with mental illness, her subconscious brought forward what had remained buried most of her life. Karakia is one of our taonga, a treasure. It is part of our tikanga structure. It ensures a space is cleared and made ready for important kaupapa. When we use karakia in various spaces, we are reviving our reo, our language, that holds the key to our well-being, our identity, our sense of place, our histories, insights into the environment. This is all on offer to all of you through karakia. It was given to this council as a taonga. Saying no to it is like giving away a precious family gift on Trade Me. And I do believe that no matter which culture you're from, that's pretty rude. Let me speak more to tikanga protocol. You follow tikanga protocol here in this council every month. Where does that tikanga originate from? Not from this land. England, via a handbook by a white Australian? Through the chair, you say. Whose chair? Your worship. Who are we worshipping? These tikanga, to anyone unfamiliar, are bizarre. Of course, these tikanga are designed to bring order to a room. I understand that. Karakia was introduced to bring one teeny tiny piece of tikanga Māori to this space to invoke peace, respect, and to reject the ego. And you've done away with it. And in the first term of a Māori ward councillor for Kaipara, Mayor, you used a quote. When people get used to preferential treatment, equal treatment seems like discrimination. I implore you to ask yourself, just who is it who receives preferential treatment in a council filled with English structures and protocols? This council, where in any other land, I would not be here, standing here telling you this, but karakia is unique to Aotearoa. It is a taonga unique to here, and we could all embrace it and be proud of it. Councillor Wilson-Collins, you asked a question of Samar a few council meetings ago. Who are these people who believe removing karakia was the wrong thing to do? We are parents, we are children, we're community leaders, we are young, some not so young. Some of us have whakapapa Māori, others do not. We collectively see that when we look after our Māori communities and language and traditions, it benefits all of Aotearoa and not just a few. So why do we keep returning to harp on about this? Because we are a part of the community you serve. And you have a responsibility to hear from and act for all of us, and not just those who think the same as you. We are Kaipara, and we are being misrepresented. Karakia are being used increasingly in organisations, businesses, schools all over Aotearoa, and Kaipara has been placed behind the times by this council. Kia koe e te tuahine, kia kaha, kia maia, kia Moananui, we're with you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Caren. Is there any questions of Caren? Councillor Vincent.
Oh, no, I was just motioning for her to stay to be able to answer questions.
Okay. Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much, Caren. Okay, got to return to item 1.3, which is conflict of interest, and I'd like to declare one today and have that recorded. That's for item 5.3. Okay, now we move on in the agenda to item 3.1, which is to confirm the open minutes from the council meeting of the 31st of May. Can I have a motion for that, please? Councillor Larson, seconder. Councillor Rachel Williams. Any discussion on that, or shall we move straight to the vote? In favour that they are correct, say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Okay. The next on our agenda is item 5.1, the annual plan. Sue Davidson and Ruby Mitchell, I think, are presenting this. Thank you. Welcome, Sue and Ruby. Oh, prior to that, can I have a mover for that, please? So Howard, seconder. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mayor. Local government have a statutory obligation to adopt the annual plan by June. And so we'll meet that obligation by adopting the annual plan today. This plan has come to you many times. Staff have made changes due to your consideration. And the reason this annual plan needs to be adopted today is because of the statutory obligation and because we need to set the rates for next year. So I'll take you through the plan. Overall, the rates have come out at 4.96%. That's for general and targeted rates and excludes water. And there's been a decrease of 5.31% in the water rates, which is reasonably pleasing, given other councils have determined that their rates are going up quite a lot more than that. So we've been heavily scrutinising our expenditure to get it down to the 4.9%. So key elements in developing this plan that weren't in the long-term plan was extra costs from Taumata Ruawai with the new water quality testing. There's been cost escalations in our contracts. Specifically for roading, we've got 12.4%. And then we've had, when we thought we'd actually landed our annual plan back in February, we had major storms and we had to revise a lot of our costs, take out projects and replace them with emergency projects. And obviously there's been some subsidies that have increased as a result of that. We did budget for some grants. We've got some new staff that were funded by grants and other staff that we budgeted and brought to you in December. We've reduced the district plan costs by 500,000. And we've also taken out Wood Street. That's one of the major projects that we had in there. It was debt funded. We've taken that out and pushed that out till next year. Because of the fact we won't be able to get contractors to do that contract because they'll be working on our emergency works. As you can see, we've had a number of briefings and council meetings, and I've detailed them there. We've also had a discussion on the uniform annual general charge, and council decided to increase that from $764 to $800 a property. And it still is well within the 30% levy that we're actually allowed to charge, so it could be a lot more. But obviously council is considering the ability to pay as well. With our targeted rates, the reason the water by meter charges decreased is we were previously had a lot of one-off costs in our operations for the Waitua Dam, for evaluation of other water projects. And we also had delivery of water to those in the Kaihu area. That was costing us about $100,000 a year. Now they've all got water tanks, and that cost we've taken out, and it's no longer necessary. For wastewater, the cost has increased there because of full depreciation is now being rated for. And there are some investigations that one-off investigations we've got for Paparoa for a new scheme. And also of note is that Te Kaupuru has been working towards the equalisation that everyone else, we harmonised the wastewater rate, so everyone got the same rate for wastewater 2 years ago in the long-term plan, but Te Kaupuru, we have staggered that over 3 years. So this is the last, so it will be quite a large step for Te Kaupuru, their increase in rates for the wastewater. The stormwater, you can see that the biggest increase is to the Mangawhai, and obviously here we don't have much stormwater. We have swales, and we know that our system in Mangawhai isn't coping. So and the way that we rate for stormwater is on land value in the per district. So the largest increase has been to Mangawhai. With debt, you can see we're well within our debt levels forecast, but debt will increase, and obviously we'll offset that with whatever cash deposits we have. I've detailed there why the debt is different to the long-term plan. There are a lot of projects that were suddenly brought forward by either this council or the last council, and that's meant that the debt that we're forecasting at the end of June 2024 is higher than the long-term plan, but still manageable. I've also detailed for you the change of the projects and obviously the changes we had to make because of the storm events. From a finance perspective, it's still a high year for projects, but a lot of them, when you look at it, 32 million of the 46 million is roading, and that's in response to the storm. And it's likely, as I've stated, there will be carryovers, because when we get to our monthly reporting, you'll see that we're still well down on the projects that we're supposed to be completing by June this year. And I do want you to note that what we've done is funded some items by depreciation reserves fund. So generally, and there's no legality around this, but depreciation reserves fund renewals. But what we've tried to do, because of the storm in February, is look at how can we not increase the cost to our ratepayers, but try and fund them from depreciation reserves. So we've noted that there for you. So there's some things like upgrades you might normally fund by debt, but because we've got money in the bank, and it's all going to go to Three Waters anyway at the end of June 24, we're funding it from depreciation reserves. I've got some questions. I'll go through those from councillors. Firstly, I've got Councillor Howard asked me about why the rates take is on the LTP was 47 million, and the annual plan it shows 46 million, yet there's a lower increase in the LTP than the annual plan. It's a good question, Mike, and that's because of that they're working off different bases, but also the rates increase only relates to the targeted rates, which are primarily stormwater and sewerage, and the general rates, and obviously the rates take has got water in it, which is a decrease. So they're slightly different. So that's a good question though. You've also asked about the Mangawhai wastewater and where are the capital projects relating to that. So those were brought in by the previous council as an extra to last year. And we've started to utilise that budget, obviously on testing for disposal fields at the golf club. So that'll be part of the carry forwards. Okay. Right, and I had some questions about the rating there. You asked about the commercial properties, and a lot of them differed, and that's because they're actually specific properties that the revenue manager has picked out. And the reasons for the differences, it depends on the number of pans, toilets they've got. So the one that's more expensive probably is like one of the public taverns here. So therefore, you've got a higher cost of the toilet pans. So that's what's making the difference in commercial, and why it seems odd, where a property might be only worth 500,000 land value, has a lot of toilets, they'll be getting a lot of rates. Okay. I've also got a question on the stormwater charge, and I think Councillor Williams asked me about the targeted rate and the difference. So the increase is actually 17% for Mangawhai, and yeah, so it's a large increase.
It is.
I think that, hang on, no, I've got another couple of questions. So there's a question relating to the provision for depreciation on the wharves. So the only wharf that has been completed by the end of this year, or by the end of last year, that we are actually depreciating is the Dargaville Wharf. The Pahi Wharf has only just been completed this year, so we'll move from completed assets and from work in progress into completed assets, and depreciation will start on that from next year. And also, obviously, the other wharf that we're completing at Poto isn't completed yet, and depreciation will start on that the year after. And they could be quite large costs that the community has to bear if council decides to fund it from 100%. But obviously, the funding from that will go to repairs and maintenance. And I've got a question about the debt for the Mangawhai wastewater system. So the general rate portion that was put over the district back in 2012 when the debt was raised, that has all been paid back. But obviously there is debt, new debt from all schemes, not just Mangawhai, that is being put into the pot because we're paying this as one. So
That's the sewerage pot, not the general rates.
that's right. Okay, and I think that's all the questions I've got. So I'll answer any other questions that people may have.
Councillor Rachel.
Through the chair. I just had a question on the rates rebate. Does anything go out with the new rating bills about that and the, you know, that you can apply for it, or?
Yes, we do.
It's in the newsletter that comes with the first rates invoice.
Okay.
Information about it, yeah.
So thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is again, this is page 3, there's the date and to be raised, page 13, item number, the second class, the pension housing, 1.5 million, is still there. We talked about it for this annual year, this year. Why it is still there? Because it's affecting our rates too.
It won't affect our rates till the building has been completed, because the depreciation will kick in and also the interest at that stage. So we've made provision. We've got pensioner housing currently at the moment that is not that good. We've recognised that, and we've got discussions coming in the future as to what we're going to do with our pension.
This year, we talked about it before.
Pensioner housing, so we put in money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could. So that conversation was in a PECS workshop, and no decisions have been made. So we advise you would continue with the decisions that have been made previously, and that's why it's included.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just pursue my wharves question. I would have thought there would be other wharves and marine structures which were council's responsibility, say such as at Tinapai and Whakateria, maybe others as well, which don't then appear in the, like, is it in our register of assets, those things, like, and if they are, will we not be making some provision for depreciation?
So through the chair, they will be in our fixed assets, and they're no doubt on our parks asset register and our parks team. which I think is 1 or 2, they will be looking at that and making sure that for the LTP or whatever's, I can't tell you exactly what we've provided for those. I was looking at primarily the last 3 wards that we've had in our annual plans.
I mean, I'm aware that with Pahi, that has only just recently passed, been handed over to the council, but out there that, I guess my concern is that we're not providing to maintain the assets that we've got is while we're busy adding to our list of assets.
You are correct, and Parks has been the poor neighbour to roads and water. So, and we want to fix that for our LTP.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
To the chair, while we're on the subject of wards, has NRC given you any indication of when they might remove the ward structure in Dargaville?
Sorry, that's not a question for finance.
Is it? I don't have the answer to that question.
Through you, Mr Chair, no, they haven't given us an update on the time frame at all. Apart from that, we're working on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions?
To the chair, there was one question, and I will take it, Steve from Para. I think he wanted to ask the question on the Dargaville adaptation plan to be included in there or not included there, something like that.
So what is the question?
The question is, so while we in the annual plan we included the other thing.
Oh, the pathway, are you talking?
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the externally funded, that's later on in the piece.
The Dargaville shared path has been updated.
No, not shared path, the adaptation we were talking.
No, it was the 8.5 million for the path in Dargaville, but
It's in the.
I took from the register.
And that's now in there.
Oh,
This
Okay.
7.5 million.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we'll have the mover's statement, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This has been, for a first time, a most interesting process. The biggest element, I think, has been getting one's head around all the elements that can impact, and ultimately to give us best value, best benefit for our ratepayers. I sense that from our point of view, it's been an exhaustive process in the areas that we've looked at. One can never be happy with increases, but unfortunately, that's a state of normal play these days. And I think that relative to a number of other councils that we know of that have already submitted their annual rates increases, it is at least pleasing to see that we managed overall, and I know that there's differentials per area, but we have managed overall to stay within our target of 5%. So good work by the whole team.
Thank you, councillor Howard. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I see this as a good start to our term, and I think we should read an increase on average of 4.96 in the context of a high inflationary environment that we're operating in at the moment. The inflation, New Zealand inflation to December 22 was 7.2%, and to March 23 was 6.7%. And we have found some savings here, and we've also deferred some work in order to keep that down in a time when cost of living is high and lots of people are operating in difficult circumstances. I'm not a big fan of expressing rates increases in percentages, and I actually prefer to look at them in increases in real dollars, because that's what people actually pay. 4.96% is a rather arbitrary when it depends on what land value is. Can be a small amount, can be a huge amount. And I think that we have a really good opportunity now as we head into our long-term plan review process to look at how we can find further efficiencies within our operations and also look at how we can make our rating structure more equitable. I look forward to having those conversations in the coming year. I'd like to thank Sue and Jason and their teams for working with us through this process. I think that they've responded to our requests, and I think that we've landed in a pretty good, and also acknowledge that it has been a difficult time for staff to work through this, and we've almost got this over the line with a successful motion this morning. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments. Want to thank Sue, the team, and the rest of the wider Kaipara District Council staff. We gave you the unenviable task of setting a limit of 5% rates increase at a time when Whangarei District Council has increased its rates by 7.8%, and then also Far North District Council 8.63%. So that's something to be applauded. Yeah, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do appreciate the work which went through and the result as well. But I'd like to see personally, we promised a lot to our constituent when we campaigned. We promised that we will save a lot of money, and we have yet to see that in terms of many areas we promised. And I would like to see projects not being deferred to save money rather than being actioned. So I think we should all work toward that. We don't have money saving through not doing things, but actually doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. For me, I've always been on the other side in the gallery watching these meetings when all of this is happening. So it's a big responsibility that I feel to the, the communities and the district setting rates. It's it's not always an easy task. So I do thank the staff, and I agree with what's already been said. I would like to acknowledge the ratepayers that are doing it hard at the moment. This will just be another increase on top of more increases that are coming with the petrol, road user charges, all of the other things that are going to come back, which will make it harder for people and their budgets. So whilst we've done a really good job and we've kept the average under 5%, for others in the district, it will actually be an increase of a little bit more than that with targeted rates and land value and stuff. So yeah, it's just to say that I acknowledge the ratepayers, and it's tough. But thank you. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any further elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments around the table this morning and the thoughts of the ratepayers. I totally agree. It is a huge responsibility that we've got setting the rates every year, and it's a job that doesn't have a lot of joy in it, and there's a lot of difficult decisions to make. I also want to thank the staff for doing this amazing work of lowering the percentage increase to below 5%, and being able to do that by finding different ways to fund certain things, and being really, really clever in how we're working things. I do really have a big concern though. Short term, this is wonderful. It's wonderful for our ratepayers. It's absolutely great news. As we say, as a time when costs are increasing, and we've tried our best to keep rates as low as possible. Absolutely agree with that, and the ratepayers hopefully will see the good in that. Long term, I think that there is potential for some side effects of this decision, that perhaps, as we say, we keep deferring projects, we keep pushing things down the line. We've seen the effect of that on our town hall in Dargaville, which is now down for demolition because Work was never completed on it. Maintenance was never dealt with at the time when it actually should have been, and it just keeps getting pushed down the road. Three Waters is another example of one of the reasons why central government is reforming Three Waters, because investment is not made at the time. I really feel for our district. We're a tiny district. How on earth we can afford anything? I absolutely am aware of that, and it's a real struggle. But this doesn't sit comfortably with me in the long term. I hope our ratepayers are understanding when we cannot deliver that this is why, because we're not raising the rates. Historically, Kaipara District, let's go back, say, 20 years, rates were extremely low, one of the lowest in the country, I believe, and stayed on that plateau for a long time, and we all know what happened then. So proud of the staff, amazing what they've done. Really, I didn't think it was possible, to be honest, so I just really commend the staff for that. But the reality is that we've had, while they've had the pressure to keep the rates below 5%, we've also heard from our roading NTA that maintenance roading contracts have gone up 12.4%, and then we had a cyclone that created, I think, about $10 million worth of damage, and we've still maintained keep the rates below 5%. So I'm absolutely ecstatic that the staff have managed to even do that. I just didn't think it was possible with all those other things weighing on top of it. But now I'm concerned, because we do have those other things weighing on top. What is the long-term impact going to be for our district? So I do really feel for the ratepayers as well, not only because costs are increasing, and here is another increase which will impact different ratepayers differently through the district. As Councillor Larson has said, percentages don't really mean anything. The real impact can be quite different. But I also feel for the ratepayers, because I don't know how we're actually going to deliver everything that they're expecting. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess following on in that same vein, I would like to thank the staff for what they've done. They have done what we asked them to. However, for me, the big scary number in amongst it all is, as Councillor Wilson Collins has just pointed out, is on the one hand we have a 5.96% increase in rates. On the other, we have a 12.4% increase in roading maintenance, and roading is the biggie. And I know that in the previous life of the commissioners who took over the running of the council, they did a job of balancing the books, and roading suffered, and it took years to get it back to some sort of equilibrium. And that my real concern is, I mean, I guess we have hopes that through the various forms of emergency funding coming from central government to put us back in a reasonable state of repair after the storm damage, that we will be able to continue on and maintain the viability of our roading networks and so on. And that remains a hope, because otherwise the prospects aren't that bright as far as that goes. But yeah, well, I guess we just have to see how that one plays out. So that's my contribution. It's an important decision today.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Yes, thank you. I might as well speak since almost everyone else has. And I'm not going to repeat what others have said about the amazing work that's gone in, but I'm going to mention two other things. During the campaign to become elected members, the majority of us, we said that we were going to be looking at reducing costs. And it's just that I got to think that Sue and Jason and the team on the attitude change on making things work economically, because this is the time we're in. The reality of it, it's all probably going to fade to nothing when the valuations of properties come out next year. And that's where it could really hit the fan. But it's that attitude of making sure we are conservative and looking at every cost that we have. And I think that is what our ratepayers wanted. Northland has one of the largest growth areas, and we've had with all the changes in property values over the last 6 to 9 months, we've done pretty well out of the rest of the country. So there could be a hit for property values going up, and that'll affect all the ratepayers. So if the ratepayers are listening out there, just prepare yourself for the new valuations coming out, because this will probably fade to nothing. But it's a great attitude we've got. Thank you.
Anyone? Councillor Manderson?
I think it's important that we don't rest on our laurels. It's fine to congratulate ourselves on keeping the rates down. I don't know that we have concurrently examined how much value for that money we can contribute to our ratepayers and how that compares with other councils. I think that needs a further examination as we go forward. It's important that we pay attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you. As the Mayor, I'd like to thank the staff as well. I think it's been a tough job, considering particularly what's happened with Gabriel and the impacts that it has had on our community. You've all added some good dialogue here, and I think the important thing that we've hit on is going forward, we can't rest on our laurels. Next year could be a real challenge to continue to try and keep the rates at an affordable level. I note Deputy Councillor Larson's comments about smoothing the rates. It's not the percentage that's important for a lot of people, it's the actual dollar increase that's the real one in the pocket, isn't it? So in terms of roading, there's a lot of work going on in this council with contributions coming in from Councillor Naya, who's on the Road Transport Committee. We've had a lot of meetings with NTA, and we're working really hard to get a response where we can maybe change the delivery that we're getting for roads, which we all agree, I think, is not up to what we would expect for the money we're spending. So that's ongoing. That's what all I've got to say. Councillor Howard, you have the final reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's all been said, and you know, there's two key parties: the staff and the ratepayers, and I think that both in our own ways and various comments have been acknowledged. I think there is one outstanding element also to add, and that is that it can't be forgotten, and who knows if this will happen again, but there is a significant cost factor from essentially a one-off event, the storms, Gabriel, etc. A huge impact when you look at, I mean, as I read it, $6 million net cost applied to these rates from repairs for that. We can only hope that Mother Nature looks after us much better in future years. We don't have that, but still we need to plan, and I think that it does need to be acknowledged that that is a very significant one-off factor.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, we'll move to the vote. The recommendation to adopt the annual plan. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 5.2. Setting of rates, due dates and penalties regime 223-24. And to present this item, I believe it's Christine Toms, Revenue Manager. And once again, our busy Sue Davidson. Thank you. I have a mover for that prior to this being. Naya, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mayor and councillors. So all I'll say is that this is a resolution we pass once a year to set our rates, and all the detail is in the resolution. It's a long resolution and has been checked by our legal advisors. I'll hand over to Christine, if you want to say.
I don't really have a lot more to add. It's in the report. One thing I did want to address or just mention or build on was the question from Councillor Williams at the during the annual plan. You talked about the rates rebate and we advertised that. Just wanted to let it be known that we do put a pamphlet into every envelope, a specific pamphlet from the Department of Internal Affairs, and everybody who received a rates rebate last year will receive the form for this year. So we do promote it as much as we can, as well as putting it in our newsletter.
So we'll take it as read and go move to questions. Is that correct, sir? Or you've, okay. Questions, please.
Through the chair, I can ask one. I think one figure, whenever we put a pop show or whatever, for the public, the ratepayers, the picture is there, how your rates are spent. And you know, the top two items are the roads and the wastewater. So I wonder how come the wastewater is leading the charge of spending? Is it forever or is it just for the shop? So $29.70 on roading, $20 on wastewater, more than what we spent on the employees and district leadership. Could you explain to us why such a high amount?
I looked at that this morning, and that relates to the annual plan documentation, not to the rating, but it's, I think what's happened is that the sewerage, actually read sewerage and water. So it's actually two, because water is missing from that wheel. I think that's been narrated incorrectly. So it would be the cost of water and wastewater that is probably greater than that. I think so. So I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, let's move to the mover's statement. Councillor Nair.
Yeah, thank you for doing that, Sue and team. I think it's quite important for us to give transparency to the ratepayers, which looks like we have tried to give in this item. What is more important is to take the surprise element away from this, so we can be more expressionist or whatever the word is, so that people can understand where the money is actually going. I think, as someone said, we should not sit on our laurels, and there's a lot of debt, there's lots to be done. Thank you.
Okay. Second statement, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councillor Nair in his comment. I think that the one comment I would add is that, as we know, roading is the single biggest item, and we really have to work with all our partners to make sure that the rubber really does hit the road and really improve the lot for our ratepayers on our roading area.
Well, I'd like to pun Councillor Howard. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. Councillor Nair, no reply there.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. At this point, because I have a declared interest this morning, I will vacate the chair and ask Councillor Deputy Mayor Larson to take the reins. At the end of this, can you please call a morning tea break?
Most important job. Yeah. Why not do that now?
Yeah, with cups of tea and the biggies, yes. Well, I can't wait. At a time, that's good. I look at that.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Moving on to item 5.3, plan change 83. To speak to this, we have Catherine Overwater and Paul Wanders. Welcome this morning. Before we do that, we have a recommendation in front of us on page 113 of the agenda. That on the screen, please.
Morning, elected members.
So do we have a mover for that? Councillor Vincent is moving. And a seconder, please. Councillor Howard, thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Paul, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, this is the next plan change. This is the third plan change that we have recently in the Mangawhai area, plan change 83, the Rise Limited. And this particular plan change is just to the north of Mangawhai, extension of basically the Mangawhai Heads area. Now, the application was lodged on the 18th of November 2022, and we are now, there are 8 steps in the plan change process. We are now basically in step number 3, which is clause 25, where council has to make a decision to either adopt, with other words, make the plan change a council plan change, or accept, with other words, it does not mean approve, but accept that the process can carry on as a private plan change, or council can reject the plan change, and there are very limited justifications for that particular aspect, or council can change it to a resource consent. And council's decision can be to approve or to accept it or to adopt it in whole or in part. Now, this particular plan change will create about 380 additional sections to the north of Mangawhai Heads area, with an average lot size of 600 square meters. There are certain areas that are kept as 1,000 square meters, and certain areas that are presently similar to lifestyle blocks that probably will be the same. Those subdivisions will come as resource consents after the plan change has been finalised. So the question at this point in time is if council, and the recommendation is that council accepts this plan change in whole, and then we will notify the plan change for public input and carry on with the rest of the processes to get to a decision eventually for this particular plan change. I had a few questions from councillors, and it deals with the relationship between if there's a proposed plan or the operative plan, the proposed plan, what happens with these plan changes in the meantime. There are basically 3 ways. The first one is if the proposed plan takes longer to be notified, and we have the operative district plan, and this plan change has been completed, then it will be rolled over into the new plan. However, note that that particular plan is again open for submissions. The second alternative is that in the process of the proposed plan and this private plan change going forward, if there's a decision and the applicant can then apply, make a submission on the proposed plan to incorporate that particular plan into the proposed plan, which will be then open for further submissions. The third alternative is, and that is not one that I would recommend, but that is that if it has progressed so far, then council can do a variation and actually put it into, only council can do the variation, but to put it in the end into the district plan as such. So that in short is what this application is about. At this point in time, it's only a decision if council would like to adopt the plan change, make it a council plan change, ratepayers pays for the total cost, accept the plan change, it remains a private plan change, all the cost is on the applicant. Thirdly, reject. I don't think there are any criteria that will be met to reject this particular plan change. And then fourthly, it can be changed into a resource consent. We would not think that that is a good idea. That is the matter in front of you. Any questions?
Thank you, Paul. Yes, councillor Paniora, thank you.
Thank you through the chair. So I have two questions, but firstly for clarification, the applicant is not requesting council to adopt, they're only requesting an acceptance of the plan change. So that's correct, clarified. The second the first question that I have is this a normal process for these applications to come to council for such a decision? Because I'm not quite understanding the reason why it's here this morning, given that the normal process will be followed by the applicant and they're not requiring council to go any further than what would ordinarily occur as a result of that application. So that's my first question.
Okay, if I can just, I mentioned in the start, there are 8 steps through the process. First is the application has to come in. The second step is the application has to be assessed in terms of clause 23 from completeness. That is delegated to staff, so we do that. Then we get to clause 25, where council has to make a decision if we accept it, adopt it, reject it, or change it to a resource consent. That's the third step. That step is not delegated in terms of the delegations, so council has to take that decision. If council...
Paniora, whilst the staff...
I'm just...
Can you please just let him finish and then ask a question through me? Thank you.
So I'm just clarifying.
Finish, please. Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Wanders.
So that was in clause 25. Then we will notify, that's delegated to staff to notify the application. And then at that point, after the notification, it goes to a hearing. Before we go to the hearing, we come back to council to appoint the commissioners or to get approval to appoint commissioners, 1, 2, 3, or how many commissioners. The hearing will take place and the hearing panel will make a recommendation to council. We will bring that recommendation back to council for a decision at that point in time. Council makes a decision to accept the recommendation of the commissioners or send it back for them for reconsideration. And then there's a final decision, which then can be appealed by all the parties that participated.
Thank you.
Well, just before you go on, councillor Paniora, Mr. Day would like to speak to this. Thank you, Mr. Day.
To succinctly answer councillor Paniora's question, yes, it is the normal process that we're following, and we are following a prescribed process in the RMA.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Paniora, do you have a further question?
So the clarification, so before my last question, I have a clarification. So the section 25 2B of the Resource Management Act that you stated that we're currently at the step in, and you mentioned council needs to make a decision, that does not specify that council needs to make a decision at that point in time. It says that the local authority has a reasonable opportunity to satisfy the minister that it has not failed to exercise or perform any of its functions, powers or duties to the extent necessary to achieve the purpose of the Act, which was the reason why I asked the question. Is it normal for us to have this before us, given that they're not requiring us to adopt it?
In terms of clause 20, it's clause 25 of Schedule 1.
Okay.
Is a direction that council has to take the decision.
Okay, so you haven't put Schedule 1. That's okay. The second question that I have is if council, so I've read the paper and I've read the advantages and disadvantages of it. The further question that I have is what risks, if any, are there to council accepting this plan change, given that there's other infrastructure investments that need to occur? Would it mean that because we accept it, that we're somehow responsible for then having to supply the infrastructure, as the development progresses? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, accept does not mean approve. In other words, through the hearing process, all these matters and all the questions will be or have to be answered, and the commissioners will make those particular investigations specifically and come with a recommendation to council on those particular matters.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just continuing in that vein, would it be right that council itself and these people would be making a submission to the plan change potentially, and especially in relation to issues of, say, how complementary it was to the operative plan and infrastructure challenges to be addressed, that sort of thing?
Normally, the council would not make a submission on the application, but in the report that goes to the commissioners, have to address all these particular matters in evidence.
Okay.
Through the section 42A report, have to address those matters.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, two quick questions. First off, Paul, you mentioned that the average lot size under this proposal is 600 squares. Yet we talked about some at 1,000 and some lifestyle which are bigger, which suggests that there is a lower threshold also, or is the differential taken up with pathways, etc.?
Two answers to that. Yes, there's the figure as such is for the purpose of calculation of the need of services, etc., etc. It can be more, it can be less, but that's the ballpark that is being used as part of the calculation for services, etc. The location of the smaller lot sizes and larger lot sizes will only be determined when the applications for subdivision resource consents come in.
Okay. And the second part to my question, probably in ignorance more than anything else, but I'll still ask it, is if we accept this and go with that, going to development status, which is what the request is about, that I'm hoping that doesn't allow a sort of a carte blanche approach by the developers to that land, i.e. there's all sorts of options on the table that ultimately that can be controlled through applications, resource consents, hearings, etc.
What I've not included, there are 14 reports. It's a stack of paper like that. Some of those reports deal specifically with that particular aspect, and that will be, and there are conditions because it will be incorporated into the present plan, and all those conditions are incorporated into the plan. But they are not final because that goes through the hearing process, etc., before it's finalized. But the rules that will apply will become part of the district plan through this particular process. Thank you.
Assuming it's approved, of course.
Yeah.
Councillor Nair.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. So my questions are always basic because I'm not a technical person. So there are 2 or 3 questions. The first one is when this process was started in terms of time frame. Was it put on your table in a few months ago or a few years ago? Then I'll ask the second question.
Right. Mr. Chairman, the answer to that particular one is that this is a long time coming. It is identified already in the spatial plan, which they went through public hearings, etc., and public debates and submissions, and it was identified. There are 2 areas that have been identified in Mangawhai specific for development, for possibility of development, and this area was one of those that can be connected to wastewater schemes, etc. It was a long time ago.
I'm very specific. This particular people, Ice Limited, or whatever it is, when the process started. Is it few months ago or a few years ago? I'm not talking about what areas they are in.
I don't know when the company was formed, but
what company?
Councillor Naya, sorry, could you just let the staff member finish speaking before you interject? And if you've got another question when it's finished speaking, then you can ask another question through.
No, I understand that. I understand that.
Appreciate it.
All I'm trying to say, I'm trying to save time as well.
That's all right. Let Mr. Wanders finish speaking and then you can ask another question.
So my question was very specific. I'm not going in the history of the company. I'm not going in the history of the special plan. All I am saying, this particular applicant, when the process started, that's my first question.
Working backwards, the application was submitted on the 18th of November, and I would say
18th of November of this year.
2022.
Okay, it's very recent. Okay. Second question.
But before that, there was about 6 months before that time, we had already indications and discussions with the applicant and with their consultants on this particular application.
No, anyway, so my second question, thank you.
Thank you.
So this development, first of all, I'm conscious of the two facts. One, it is put on the table and as a surprise to us. So I need to be very clear what's happening. Number two is development. It's a sizable development. All these numbers you put in, and it could be like few hundred or few thousand. If I have some mathematics, 86 hectares or whatever it is, can end up in 2,000 houses. And these sizes which you said 380 square meter or what can change as well. They can come back to you and say, well, we are going to go high density. And going by the history of Mangawhai, even if I'm Dagavillian, I am very concerned and that we are saying yes to a project which is just put on the table through our nose to take it or reject it. Can you please spell on that? The infrastructure part, yeah.
Well, it's 60 hectares, piece of land, and for calculation purposes, it's about 380 lots, and that is what the application is about.
In the morning, we were presented 60 hectares and 600 houses in the presentation today.
That is a total different area, total different design.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naya. Do we have any other questions of the staff? No? Okay, thank you very much, Catherine and Paul. Thank you. Right, well, we have a motion on the table and we have a mover, which is Councillor Vincent. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. I'm getting ahead of myself there. The way I see this, and perhaps for the benefit of those who are less familiar with the process, is that I liken it, I've tried this out on Councillor Naya, it didn't go that well, but anyway, I'll have it. I liken it to a horse race. And at the moment, there's it's a one horse race. And the horse is parading around in the enclosure before going into the starting gate. But before it can go into the starting gate, the vet needs to check the horse to see that it's fit to run. And what our staff have done is they've checked over this horse and determined that it is fit to run, so it needs a chance to run the race and see if it will get to the end of it in one piece and possibly even be a winner, or not. And if we were to adopt the approach of adopting the plan change, that would mean that we'll to make it ours. That's the council putting money on that horse, that it's going to be a winner. And we don't need to make that investment because as an applicant they want to make money out of it. And that's up to them to prepare their horse best they can, so it's got the best shot at getting over the hurdles, or it's a steeplechase, and to get to the other end and cross the line and get the prize at the end. But all we are doing is the vet check at this point. All the rest of that process is in front of it. And I have no particular opinion about the merits of this application, other than that we observe the process correctly at this point. So that may be of some help to people.
Thank you, councillor Vincent. I didn't realise you were an equestrian.
Actually, I do feel a little hoarse.
No.
Fair enough.
Have a water.
Councillor Howard. Would you like?
No, I have no further comment. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Howard. Would any other elected members like to speak?
I would like to speak.
Councillor Nair, go ahead. Thank you.
So my concern, as I said, and I have said many times, is we are not, first of all, due respect to Mark Vincent, even if the horse is blindfolded, the elected member should not be. So we have to see the reality of what we are getting into. If we are just process driven, the process will go through, the commissioner will be appointed, all those things will happen, things will go through. So I'm concerned about a couple of things. I'm concerned about the haste with which the application is coming. I'm also concerned about the conflict of interest of the mayor. I'm also concerned about the things which might happen in Mangawhai, worse than Mangawhai Central. So all these concerns with my little mind, I'm not blindfolded, I'm wide awake, and I would like to see some more investigation before I would say yes to adopt it, because I thought I have been caught by the throat and given 4 options. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Nair. Does anyone else want to speak to the motion? Could we have the motion up on the board, please, Alana? Thank you. All right, so that's what we're voting on, everybody. Councillor Vincent, do you have any right of reply that you'd like to exercise?
Nothing further.
Or otherwise?
There's just a few track notes to report. No, nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Ash, maybe record it.
Ash would like his vote report. Motion carried. Thank you, everybody. We are now going to adjourn for a morning tea, and we have everyone back at the table, please, at 11:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, let's reconvene. Thank you, folks. Item next on the agenda is 5.4, Gull Service Station, access over segregation strip. Can I have a, please? Maybe we'll, wait a second. Okay, all right. So we'll move this one for debate, but in the meantime, we'll have it presented by Anand, Warren Bagma, and David Asmar. Is that correct?
Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd, sorry, Lloyd. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've also got NTA staff, Andy Brown, Nick Marshall and Vaishnavi online with respect to any questions regarding the road or traffic movements along Molesworth Drive. Just to take you through a bit of history, if I may. From a resource consent perspective, I've got Lloyd that's going to assist in going through what's happened previously and where we are today. I've got Warren here that's going to talk to us, if need be, around the reserve, the strip. NTA staff to talk about general. So the site that we are talking about is the corner of Molesworth and Eastry Drive. Was created back in 2004 as a footy lot subdivision. It then went on a bit of a journey. 2007, resource consent was granted for a mixed-use retail complex, being car, boat, washdown facilities, visitor accommodation and a service station. That went through the Environment Court and the decision was approved. The consent has since lapsed. In 2017, private plan change was approved, zoning the site from residential to commercial, and introduced some more site-specific rules. And the site moved to a restricted discretionary activity, and there's a number of rules that are required to pass that test. Also noting that at some stage a segregation strip was in favour of council. It's 21 square metres of land that prevents or requires any applicants to come to council for any work over that strip of land, and that's why we are here today. In 22, a resource consent for the gateway was lodged, again for the mixed-use development. And later in 22, this consent was lodged for the Gull Service Station. The gateway development, which surrounds the Gull, has been put on hold subject to what happens with the reserve act in the strip that we are talking about. I'll pause there, Mr. Mayor, if there are any questions just around the RMA process, and maybe we can then move through to reserve, and then we'll come back through to the traffic, if that's probably the best way to work through this paper. Any questions? Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. At what point in the process have the community had their say about the Gull Service Station? So it says it was a mixed use, that it had a car and a boat washdown facility, and then later on the resource consent last year was lodged. So during those submissions, was it about the service station as well, or will there be another chance for people who live in the residential subdivision to have a say that there's a service station going in next door?
Probably answer that one, Anna. Yeah, so Gull Service Station the application, resource consent application, came to us towards the end of 2022. That has been looked at, obviously, and is currently on hold for further information. Further information requesting relates to noise and some further details of the traffic impacts of the development. So we'll follow normal process. Once we get that further information, a decision will be made in terms of whether the application is notified or not. Two types of notification. One is what we call limited notified, where only neighbours directly adjacent are notified and they get the opportunity to make a submission. The next sort of notification is fully notified where anyone can make a submission. That decision hasn't been made. That will be made, and really I can't speculate on the outcome of that decision. So it could be non-notified, it could be notified. I don't know the answer to that one. That will have to be made.
And that's made by the council staff?
Yes,
generally.
Yep. Council staff have delegated authority to determine whether applications are notified or non-notified. If it's notified, then the decision on the whether consent is granted or not, following the submission period, is made by that follows that process. If it's non-notified, then generally, as I said, those decisions of whether it's notified or not are made by staff, delegated authority. And generally, if it's non-notified, then the actual decision to grant consent or not is made under delegated authority by staff. So does that answer?
So we're not sure how likely it would be notified?
That's correct. Yeah. We don't know whether it's going to be notified or not. That decision will be made once we get that additional information about the noise and additional information on the traffic impacts.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just following on from that, if I look at the recommendation, and it is that the Kaipara District Council waives the requirement for public notification under section 48, blah, blah, blah. If we're starting this process, why would we waive the right to public notification at this early stage?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I'll get Warren, who's got a better understanding on that.
Of course, very happy to. So Mr. Barton or Lloyd has just been talking obviously about the public notification of the resource consent process. As he's clearly explained, we don't know yet whether that will be notified and the public can make submissions or not. The reference here to section 48.3, that's in terms of the council's decision making under the Reserves Act 1977, which is your decision making today. And section 48 of the Reserves Act deals with the council's power to grant an easement of right of way over any type of reserve. In this case, as we know, it's local purpose reserve segregation strip. It's a little 20 centimetre wide piece of land along the edge of Molesworth Drive vested in the council. Under section 48.2 of the Act, look, it is quite correct. The council can make a decision to proceed to have public submissions on its decision about whether or not to grant an easement over this land under the Reserves Act. In the alternative, the council does have the power to, at its discretion under section 48.3, waive that and say we're not going to have any public submissions or hearing on this, but that's provided that you're satisfied that the requirements in section 48.3 of the Reserves Act are met. And those are set out in full in there's a legal opinion attached to the agenda from Holland Beckett, Gull's lawyers. But essentially you can make the decision that you won't have public submissions on this if you're satisfied that the grant of the easement will not materially alter or permanently damage the reserve, bearing in mind that the reserve's a 20 centimetre piece of land on the edge of Molesworth Drive, and that it won't affect public rights of access. And in respect to that second point, Gull's argument is, well, the purpose of the easement is actually to facilitate access from anybody who wants to go into the service station. But that is essentially your choice or a decision for the council to make today. And ordinarily, in a sense, any decision to grant an easement over a reserve would have public submissions on it. But I suppose my take on that would be this isn't, in a sense, a typical reserve like an Esplanade Reserve along the edge of the Mangawhai Estuary. It's a little piece of land on the edge of Molesworth Drive.
Okay, appreciate that. If I may, Mr Mayor, just an extension, please. If that being the case, and I guess I need to address this to the staff, why would we, as council, consider waiving public notification, even at this early stage, what is something that essentially the recreational area when it ultimately all leads to potential of a resource consent application, etc., or a service station. So ability as open, transparent council to let our ratepayers know as early as possible of the potential.
I'll probably bring Lloyd in and Warren can assist.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. So there's two processes we're following. One
will be getting confused, but you know,
as the and I understand this is confusing, so please, you know, do quiz us. One is the resource management process, and there's the opportunity for public submissions through that process. Just the opportunity. I don't know whether, as I mentioned earlier, whether it will be publicly notified or not, but possibly it won't be. The second one is under the Reserves Act, and basically the Reserve Act does give provision for the council to go through a non-notified process in terms of the Reserves Act itself, in terms of the easement. The criteria, if I just grab it from the report, if council is satisfied that the grant of a proposed easement will not result in the reserve being materially altered or damaged, and the right of the public in respect of the reserve will not permanently be affected. So I guess, yeah. And you see the recommendation from the officers is that criteria is met, but ultimately it's your decision. So that's the criteria. You have got the prerogative to notify. They're certainly there for you.
Thank you. Okay, I have Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I think mine is slightly similar to the angle of Councillor Howard, in that it seems to be that we may be getting ourselves into a position where the cart is going before the horse. So if we're granting an easement for an access strip to a petrol station that hasn't submitted its resource consent, and then, as Lloyd said, we're not too sure whether a decision will be made to do full public notification / consultation or limited, that we may have a lot of unhappy ratepayers that actually do pick up a stake and don't want it to occur. But then the council has in principle almost agreed to the application by agreeing to the easement. So it's not better practice for us to consider the second process, put this one on hold until that process has gone through, and then we can come back to the access strip decision. I don't know, that's just my thoughts on trying to get to a halfway point where everyone is satisfied, but we're not almost agreeing in principle to giving the impression that we're agreeing to it by agreeing to something that almost we need to, yeah, that's my thoughts.
Just one point of clarification, Chair. Council officers haven't agreed to the segregation strip. It's a recommendation. It's on the table.
But today we've got a decision on the table to delegate authority to the CE to enter into the draft.
It's a recommendation. Yeah. So, Warren, do you want to?
Yeah, look, this is complicated and a little bit unusual. So if I could just try and explain this from at least a legal perspective, and obviously it's up to the council, you as councillors and the mayor to make what decision you see fit. Just in terms of process, and I suppose what are the relevant considerations and what information the council does have. I mean, segregation strips are imposed for traffic management purposes, and obviously to prevent people from having, as of right, access to Molesworth Drive, as has been explained. Gull is seeking an easement of right of way to give them access. So as part of any council decision making, I think legally you have to say, do you have, what are the relevant considerations for your decision making, and what information do you have before you? Attached to the council report, I mean, we do at this point in time have input from NTA and a specialist traffic assessment that's been prepared by Commute, which I understand looks at the potential effects on all road users, whether they're vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, users of the shared path. And the conclusion of that expert advice to the officers and by extension to the council is that it would be, they believe as traffic engineers, I'm not a traffic engineer, they believe as traffic engineers it would be appropriate to approve as I understand it, left out exit only, but they don't feel comfortable with it being both ways, left and right. So that is the basis of that's the information that's before the council at the moment. So I in my opinion, that is obviously relevant to your decision making. Sorry, just take a question.
Oh, yeah, sorry, can I just?
Supplementary question?
Supplementary, sorry, you're taking a really narrow view of this in that it's a right of way application, but there's a lot more factors at play in granting the easement. For example, the report attachment B, the access technical review, which lists a number of recommendations, and it does, like, one of my concerns is that it does state that there's a full ranking on the on cyclists in time to come, that there may be high likelihood of fatalities. So when you're talking about notifying, I would feel much more comfortable with a general notification, because it's going to strike pedestrians and cyclists at that degree. And echo the sentiments of Councillor Howard in that we do need to have some consultation around this, because that is a really narrow view. This is not just a right of way through somebody's driveway. This is a right of way that creates a whole lot of risks. And
can you refine it to a question?
okay, so I guess the question is.
You might come back there later. Councillor Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, and when you started out, you said that you were going to talk about the RMA matters, and then you were going to talk about Reserves Act matters, and then maybe was it transport, something like that.
Yeah.
And it seems like immediately segued in question from RMA matters to Reserve Act matters. I mean, I'm happy to ask questions about Reserve Act matters now if that's where we've got to, but if you had further commentary that you wanted to share with us about reserves and transportation before those further questions, I'll pause. What were you wanting to do?
Yeah, look, I think the questions just came left, right and centre, so we were answering as they came. So look, I think if we go back to the structure, because I prefer a little bit of clarity in each of those three elements. So if we want to just cover off, if there are any further questions around the resource consent that's on the table right now, and then we'll just move through the other aspects, Councillor, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Okay, in that regard, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it would be helpful for me if you could just walk me through, and it's partly the historical journey. And we have the segregation strip, which I gather is sometimes known as a spike strip, installed there at a time when the speed limit was 80 kilometres an hour. The situation has changed so that it's now a reduced speed limit. But something that wasn't contemplated at that time was the shared pathway. There's another factor in the equation. And I wonder if it's a sort of a counterbalancing factor, and the rationale for the purpose of the segregation strip, I guess it's taken on a different role. The current zoning is commercial.
Correct.
So in commercial, there's a whole range of activities that would be allowed without a resource consent.
Yes.
And some of those would have high traffic implications, and some not.
Yep, true.
And but a service station would require a resource consent anyway?
Yes.
So could you tell us the reason why we would pick out a service station amongst all the other commercial activities that would be allowed as of right without a resource consent, without the opportunity for public input?
Yeah, it comes down to the district plan. And as you correctly point out, some things are permitted, some things are subject to resource consents. I think this one I might just check with my colleague Kelsey Newman. Limited discretionary or limited discretionary activity consent is required for the service station. So
that means probably not publicly notified?
It means that council's discretion is limited to certain things. So instead of having a look at, you know, every effect you could possibly think of, it's confining those effects that the council can consider down to a limited number. Well, one of those is obviously traffic effects. So when the planners go through the assessment of effects, they're looking at those effects, and when it comes to making decisions of whether they're notified or not, it's whether those effects are minor or not. It's the OMA 2 months. Yeah. So the district plan is just really it's like a sieve in terms of those activities that have generally considered to have less effects or minimal effects are permitted activities. Then you get to the various classes of activity types. Limited discretionary can have some effects in terms of certain effects, not all and sundry effects. Then you go on to discretionary, non-compliant, etc.
Right. So because of my limited recall, what stage is the resource consent application at with the service station?
So it is on hold. We're seeking further information.
Has been received?
Yes. Yes.
And is it anywhere a decision on notification?
We're waiting 3 pieces of information, really an acoustic report about the noise effects in terms of the surrounding area, and further details of the traffic impacts. Once that information is received, we'll go back to NTA for a check, and then we'll make the decision as to whether it's non-notified or notified.
Okay. I'm just trying to think things through in terms of...
And it's one thing with this is it's a bit of a chicken and egg in terms of, you know, do you get or does Gull get the Reserved Act approvals first or the resource consent approved first? And we asked Gull that question and they said they wanted the Reserves Act to be considered first, decisions on that made first. Who knows what they'll do once they've got their decision? There's different permutations of this. You know, you could end up with a resource consent being granted, but they can't give effect to it because the spite strip still remains in place. It's just how it works with making decisions on separate bits of legislation, and it's Gull's prerogative to tell us what order they want for decisions to be made in and what processes to go first or second. So,
thank you.
Councillor Howard, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lloyd. You may well have answered what I'm trying to get at here, but my question was going to be, why would we consider, or why would the applicant consider going for this relatively small element up front rather than combining the whole lot into resource management application? Now, you've answered it to the part that that's their decision and that's their option. But I mean, to me, I'm sensing that this is just a quiet little step in the tepid water, rather than disclosing what the ultimate plan is. And for me, transparency, I'd rather that we were able to deal with the whole picture up front, and then we know all the elements that we're dealing with.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Question.
Sorry.
I don't know.
I said, what was the question?
Yeah, what was the question?
Well, the question related to the resource management.
Because they haven't been given a chance to answer.
Right.
I know he just clarified.
Okay, there was no question in there.
Well, the question was, why are we going down this process of
separate paths?
Yeah. Rather than all.
Probably don't want to speculate too much, but maybe because they don't want to end up with a resource consent which they can't implement.
Okay, so look, I'll take councillor Paniora next and then councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
And me.
I don't have a question.
I thought you had your hand up. Okay.
I did.
So Paniora.
I would ask.
Councillor Ashnail, thank you.
So you said that you took their indication that they wanted this to run first and then the resource consent. And I understand that it would be, as you say, that they don't want to go through this whole entire process and then the one fundamental thing that they require, they can't get across the line. So as a halfway point, would they consider the council amending the recommendation today to something similar to that we agree in principle, so long as withstanding a resource consent being granted? So then that we're at least satisfied that it goes through its process, and then everything that we were to agree to today would as a result. So that's the first question. The second question that I have is, I agreed, is this a self-service petrol station? So it would be like an after hours, so like trucks and big transport trucks would be the main clientele of this.
I believe it is a 24-hour, like the one.
So we're talking heavy traffic, heavy machinery and
volumes.
Vehicles. Gotcha.
Just to come back to council's first point, council can amend the recommendation once the report is received and tabled.
Yes, well. Just in response to the councillor Peniora's question, so in case it's there's two recommendations before the council today in terms of its decision making under the Reserves Act. One's about the notification issue that we've already touched on, but otherwise, coming back to your question in terms of how this works or would work if it was approved, is it's proposed that there'll be delegation to the chief executive to finalise the terms of any access granted under the easement, but that's only on terms consistent with what's approved as part of the resource consent. So as I understand it, the thinking behind that is we've obviously got a baseline of evidence before the council today in terms of what the Northern Transportation Alliance and the consultants have provided, but there'll be further information through the resource consent process from the applicant, and then it would only be if through the resource consent process, A, the consent was granted, and B, was approved on particular terms following further consideration of traffic safety matters, that you would actually end up with an easement being approved, if that makes sense. So there is an attempt here to marry up what are two different processes under two statutes, the Resource Management and the Reserves Act, in a way which is hopefully efficient. The issue, of course, is we don't know yet whether or not there'll be public notification on the resource consent.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question again is, I actually concur with my colleagues in terms of, and I'm a bit scared of the legal opinions because two different lawyers can, and we don't want to get into a hot soup. So is there a way we can marry the two things to make it an option? I mean, if the amendment is one option, but I'm just suggesting how long is the process of this consultation and how much is going to cost if you have to do it? Is it a week affair or is it 2-3 days affair or what?
Under the Resource Management Act, it's a 20 working day period, so
Yeah.
a month.
Yeah.
For submissions to be received. But then you've got hearings on top of that. Minimum is 3 months in terms of the process.
Go for it. I think what's the harm? That's the process we can follow. I think I'm not confident in my capability to make a decision to say go ahead with our interpretation just because it's limited discretionary. And I am not comfortable in terms of one lawyer putting a piece of paper for some money, you know. Thank you.
Is there some response to that, or do we move to the next?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I answered the question.
Yep. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sort of sitting here patiently waiting to ask a question about the Reserves Act, but as I understood, we were still asking questions about the RMA, but we appear not to be. Should I now ask my question, or?
Certainly.
Move on.
Exactly.
Under section 48, part 2, you've got clause 2, you've got a requirement to notify, except under section 3, you've got a requirement not to notify if 2 requirements are met. And part section 3A talks about how the easement is not likely to be materially altered or permanently land. The reserve is not likely to be materially altered or permanently damaged. And so I guess in this recommendation, the assumption is that the land is going to be materially altered or permanently damaged. I guess there's probably some case law around what that means. In the sense of this, we have a strip that currently has trees on it with bark or something on it, and it's going to be across the vehicle crossing with tar seal. Is that the situation?
Yep.
And so in your assessment, that wouldn't constitute material alteration or permanent damage?
Yes. And there will be reinstatement as a result of the works. But just coming back to what we said earlier, it is a recommendation, and it is up to this council whether they wish to proceed with the recommendation or alter the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And just secondly, is there a right of appeal in the reserve? See anything relating to that clause? I mean, if council makes a decision one way or the other.
If I may answer that question, so it's a legal question. There's you're quite correct, Deputy Mayor Larson. There's no statutory right of appeal to the council's decision making under section 48. In theory, at least, of course, Gull or any other interested party could judicially review the council's decision making in the High Court.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to sort of ask more questions about the Reserves Act, but I'm sorry, about the resource consent rather than the Reserves Act, but they are so intertied. It's 20 years since this consent, or 19 years since it was initially. A lot's changed in Mangawhai in the last 19 years. They've let it lapse. We've now got a shared pathway. I believe that it's materially going to damage because there's going to be regular access across that shared pathway that's going to go there. We've now got a museum across the road, which have artefacts and everything else in. We know that a service station, especially as a non-managed service station, creates a danger. The population growth in Mangawhai has changed. This is the main road. This facility needs a roundabout for vehicles to turn. A no right turn is just going to cause traffic hazards left, right and centre, especially in the intersection down there. Nobody's going to drive down to the roundabout and go back up. I've spoken about the danger already. You can ask the Deputy Mayor with his fire training on levies and the danger there. It is a residential area with tonga and artefacts in the museum just across the road. We now know in the 20 years or in the last decade or so that the toxic gases that relate to, and I'm getting there, I'm getting to the question. Thank you. With all these in mind, are you being influenced by the decision you made in 2004 and are now too scared to change with the circumstances that have changed around us?
The answer is no. I mean, we made a decision on the facts that were provided, and in terms of the traffic implications that was assessed by NTA, and we'll bring them in when we get to that chapter. There are specific recommendations around the entry and the provision for a hard no right turn, so no one will be able to make a right turn. There'll be a forced left-hand turn. I appreciate you're talking about additional traffic movements, and look, I think I appreciate the museum as well, and I guess I'm coming back to, I've got a recommendation on the table. The council can either accept the recommendation or modify or decline. So,
Councillor Lamb,
you're not being forced by the decision that was made in 2004.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. If it's okay, I wouldn't mind just, I mean, we're just becoming a bit of a mixed of statements and questions about all the various components of it. I just wonder if we could just get some clarity. I mean, obviously the easement is related to the resource consent application, and it's all related to the traffic impacts anyway. So rather than trying to compartmentalise it, could we just have some clarity? And I see that we have our NTA staff patiently waiting. I wonder if we just have some clarity around what the site currently can have in the way of daily vehicle movements and what it could have if the resource consent for the service station was approved.
Thank you, Councillor. Nick, can I bring you in, please?
Good morning, councillors. Can you hear me?
We
Excellent.
can hear you very loud and clear. Thank you, Nick. Yep.
Brilliant. Apologies, I'm joining from online. To answer your question, the process we went through was looking at, or rather our consultants did for us, is what was the permitted activity within the existing district plan provisions, what the existing situation is with the adjacent land use development, so the commercial activity next door, and then what the petrol station would add to that. We looked at two key elements under traffic. So one is movement of traffic, so turning movements, and effectively congestion being the effect or delay. The second one being road safety. And for us, they actually both came out at a similar outcome or requirement to manage those effects, but safety was certainly the bigger one from our perspective, particularly with the shared path, which aligns with a lot of the korero that's been going on in this meeting today. The traffic movements, Vaishali unfortunately had those information to share, and she's had to duck off to another consultation meeting. But my recollection of the information she showed me was the petrol station would add about 50% or a similar amount to the adjacent approved development. And that was to equally use both the existing vehicle crossing and the proposed one, where the proposed one was to be an all movement access. And our safety review and traffic review was to consider what would the impacts of that be and what would be an appropriate mitigation or changes. And those changes that were proposed to manage that risk to a acceptable level, not remove the risk, but manage it, was to provide left out only on the additional access, which is the one across the spike strip, as I would call it. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks. No, it doesn't answer it at all. And it has been previously raised, and you've said that Vaishali has the information, but she's gone away. Did she not share the information with you or Andy about the number of vehicle movements per day as a permitted activity now versus, as you've said, but commercial activity for the site and the commercial activity plus the petrol station?
She has shared that with me and I'm pulling it up as we speak. So to answer your question, I'm sorry that I wasn't clear enough or had exactly what you're after. The proposal generation would have daily traffic from the petrol station, 290 movements, which is anticipated to be 30 in the peak hour. The retail, office and industrial, so that's the adjacent development, combined would have 130 in the peak hour and would have just under 1,000 daily trip movements. So I was incorrect in my statement of 50-50. Sorry about that.
Sorry, could you just clarify that you said 1,000?
So the daily trip movements total for the Gull Service Station and the retail, office and industrial is 1,240 daily trips or 160 in the peak hour. The petrol station is 290 daily out of that 1,240 and 30 in the peak hour. That's part of the answer you were after. It's not the whole answer. I'm searching for the part where it says about what's permitted within the zone.
That's right, Nick, I'll get Lloyd.
You just confirm what my colleague, 200 vehicle movements per day is the permitted activity threshold.
Sure.
Under 200.
Under, yeah.
Yep.
Andy Brown, I see you've got your hand up there. Did you want to add to that answer?
Yeah, thank you. Your Worship. I just wanted to add to that what Lloyd's just said is the commercial movement permitted activity is 200 vehicles a day, but we've done a revision on those numbers that Vaishali prepared, and we estimate somewhere around about 1,850 vehicle movements per day, 900 of those being associated to the Gull Service Station.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry, can I just finish there then? Can I just clarify, is the commercial activity there that's contributing to the 1,850, of which 950 is just the commercial and 900 is now the service station? Is the commercial already consented, or is it as of right, or is it subject to a resource consent?
I could perhaps answer that one.
Thank you.
So there's actually two resource consents. They are tandem. One is the Gull Service Station. The other is for commercial/residential development. Industrial. Light industrial. Thank you. Which has also been submitted. It's actually from a different applicant, but ultimately we need to assess them together in terms of one influences the other as per, the total vehicle movements.
Thank you.
Next in line, I think it was Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I might be backing up the wrong tree here, but one, I'm wondering whether I should submit an amendment that takes out any reference to waives the requirement for public notification. But two, more importantly, now that we've moved on to this traffic flows and things like that, and we've gone from 1240 to 1850 in the blink of an eye, I have raised questions with council about the capacity of our main thoroughfare, Molesworth Drive. And if I'm reading this correctly, the question is to answer this. If I'm reading this correctly, you're saying 1,850 movements per day based on now. So where the hell does that leave us in 10, let alone 20 years? And then bringing in my other question that I've had is that what is the long-term vision and plan for capacity of Molesworth Drive along with some other key road streets? Because that's got to be a key element of whether we can handle it. And it's subjective, Your Honour, but I just really worry on this plan, if there's 1850, the number that are likely to try to enter Molesworth Drive off Estuary Drive.
I see Andy's got his hand up. Is he wanting to respond to that? Maybe, Andy?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The future capacity conversation is something that will be discussed in the LTP briefing in July. That requires some significant decisions from council. The traffic generation for the future probably cannot really be assessed other than relying on the data from the spatial plans that shows Mangawhai growth. Currently 4,500 residents, about 8,500 residents at peak holiday periods, looking to be about 17 in 2043. And then you may add a multiplying factor. However, that will all be influenced by the future direction of the transport network. So I don't know if that's quite relevant to the discussion this morning.
Okay. Through you, Chair, I was just wondering if Warren could maybe provide a pathway that would discuss and maybe it might lead to a conclusion.
Yeah, can I just ask one question before that, please? What would the impact be of deferring this decision until the outcome of the resource consent is known? Can we do this, Lloyd?
Yes, you could. You have that prerogative. Just bear in mind that Gull have requested you make the decision.
So we make a decision in principle subject to a resource consent being granted and defer the decision back to council once the resource consent.
Sorry, can I come to that?
Yeah, just
answer the Mayor's question. Yeah, so yes, you do have that prerogative. Just bear in mind, Gull have requested for council to make the decision under the Reserves Act first. They are also very anxious for a decision. They have expressed concern to me and others about the time it's taking to get to this council in relation to that issue. Whether that's fair judgment or not saying it is or not, but they are concerned about timeframes. They do want a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just think we maybe could just step up a notch. So we're dealing with a recommendation that we waive public notification. But what's actually happened is that the applicant has asked the council to grant an easement over council land. And so just wonder, could we or should we not ask the question whether council wants to grant an easement over council land first? And I think that's the conversation that we're having here. And I guess my question is, if someone approaches council and says, would like you to grant us an easement, can council simply say, no, we don't want to grant an easement? Or is council obliged to grant that easement, which is why we've got to where we are now? Because if we aren't obliged, then maybe the question is yes or no to having an easement in the first place.
Sounded like a legal question. Look, in response to Deputy Mayor Larson's question, of course, in a sense, if we are talking purely about private property rights, your property, and a neighbour approaches you asking for an easement of right of way over your own land, of course, there's nothing requiring you to say yes. So in that sense, Deputy Mayor Larson's thinking is quite apt. However, the context that we are in, this is reserve land under the Reserves Act, as we know, we're being asked, the council is being asked to make a decision under statute. So there is there is always the possibility of judicial review. And if the council was to, at this stage, decline the request for an easement, it would be important to be able to point to relevant and correct reasons for why that has been declined. In fact, to be based on expert evidence, in my view.
Thank you for your answer. Mr. Mayor, to move things forward, I'd like to move a motion that this item lay on the table until the July council meeting. We're being advised that we may need further justification one way or another, and I'm suggesting that that may be the only way forward with us. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, that's what we've got. Can we put that in words, please, Alana? Put that up on the board. Yeah. On the table, just put it in the right. Should we? Andy's bringing more information. Would you like to get?
Yeah.
Just to make them really difficult.
This is a procedural motion, so you actually have to do it. And you can do it without debate. So debate on it.
Yeah, I would still say it's.
We don't know.
That's when we're not going to.
Yeah,
My view, I don't want to.
I'll get you.
Give him to clarify the wording, eh?
Okay. Can put that up? Jonathan to clarify. Yeah. When it comes up on the board, would you like to?
The motion is simply to let the item lay on the table until the July council meeting. It's as simple as that.
Okay, the motion is to let it lie on the table until the July council briefing.
Meeting,
sorry. Okay, so I had a board by you, seconded by Erin Wilson-Collins. Okay. Any questions of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I can bear with me for a second.
Sure.
This is actually classed as a procedural motion. Okay, so under standing orders, it has to be put without debate.
Right.
So you actually have to put the motion and make it.
We don't have to vote then. Go to the vote.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you.
Every 20 seconds.
Okay, next on our agenda, road closure for the Hibiscus Club Motorsport event. Where's that now? This is pretty quick anyway. So we've got a recommendation there that approves the application for the temporary road closure of Arcadia Road, Kaipara, on Saturday, 15th July 2023 from 7 to 6, and notes that the organiser must do a letter drop to all businesses and residents located within the road closure as a condition of this approval. I move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Nair.
And Mr. Mayor, we have Dean Mitchell here to present the item if you'd like to introduce it.
I think, really just here seeking permission to have the road closed. This was an event that was cancelled due to Gabriel. We've had both our roading team over and the event holder drive the thing. Both are comfortable with the condition of the road. We had one resident against the, well, she wasn't against the rally, sorry. She was against the road being used because no work had been done for 4 or 5 years on her road. The roading guys have said that's not the case, but so really it's in your hands to either approve or not. The community have been involved. The Paparoa Lions are looking after the function, the catering for the rally guys. And there's quite a bit of involvement from the community with this rally, and there has been previously as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Rachel Williams.
It might be more for the staff, I'm not too sure. I just wondered, with the bond, who sets the bond at $5,000 for the road repair? You know, if there is damage caused by the rally event, and it says, should costs exceed the bond, this will be at KVC's expense. So the other part to that is, has that ever occurred where the council have had to provide funds because of an event that the money from the bond didn't cover?
Has anyone from staff got an answer to that?
I had some feedback on that, Mr. Mayor. The roading manager, Burnette Peterson, has, he's advised me that the bond, that any damage done should not exceed that bond. And they're comfortable with the condition of the road. The organisers have said they'll repair anything that needs to be repaired. I'm not aware of any, I'm fairly new to council, so I'm not aware of any previous cases, sorry.
Councillor Paniwara.
Yeah, my only concern is that our resources and our road staff are at capacity. And so we're approving an event that's going to, and it says in the report that it will create damage, and that's why the bond's being justified. But we don't have the resources to just divert workers to go and fix a road that's been degraded by the Hibiscus Coast, you know, a group that's even outside of this district. It's really, I'm continuously honing in on this point of the resources, you know, us having to direct resources to different things when we're at a time where we've been told that it's going to take decades for us to repair our roads with the current levels of funding and the current issues that we have. And then we're going to go and approve an event that is going to take away from our roading resources.
Have you got a question in there, please, Councillor?
The question is, why would we be approving this in this climate and not deferring it until we're at a better level of maintenance? Because I take it that lady that's, you know, she's talking about the road hasn't been upgraded for years. That's going to be her reality for quite a long time. And she's going to be coming and knocking on council's doors in 2 years' time and saying, hey, you approved this event 2 years ago, it's still sitting there waiting to be done. And we're going to turn around and write out a little email and say, sorry, our resources are on Gabrielle, you know, roads that have been affected, etc.
Got a question there?
So the question is, why would we be approving it just today? That's not to say it's always going to be a decline. It's just this year.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the question.
I don't have an answer. It's I look after the traffic management side of things. I've been instructed by the roading guys that works are up to scratch on that road. I think the main concern from the complainant was logging trucks. That actually works in the favour of the rally guys because that compacts the road better. But I don't know why you, I mean, the recommendation from the roading guys is that the thing goes ahead. So, that's all I can say, sorry.
Can I, Councillor, CE Maris wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There have been a number of why questions coming up today, and I just want to sort of respectfully point out that, you know, we've got an application and a process that has come into council for this rally, and there is a process around that. And our job is to bring it to you to make a decision. We've put in a recommendation in front of you. It's up to you what you guys do. You can change it.
And it was just a question form, so it was like, okay, everyone's saying why.
Let's move on. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll get a couple of questions. It looked from my reading of or watching of the video that you were going from north to south, is that right?
That's correct.
And that would be the direction the rally is going to take?
Yes.
Okay. Because obviously it makes a difference to the corners, because it seemed to me there's some quite close drop-offs in places, so I could understand that a resident's concerns, and I'm just wondering if rather than sending her a reply, would you be considering, just the question, actually a face-to-face meeting with her, actually maybe give her a chance to show what her concerns were and talk through your perspective on things?
I Not sure. I rang the lady concerned last week, had a discussion with her, said that there was no approval as of yet. The roading guys had both driven it and there was some work done with the water tabling that was noticed when the inspectors went over the road. So they have since last week done a little bit of work. Ventia, I think, are in there doing water tabling, and again, there was no major concerns that the rally would impact the road any further.
I guess I'm just, statement, sorry, I'll leave it for statement.
One last question because we need to move on. Councillor Larson, you had your hand up before.
No, I don't have a question.
Okay, Councillor Lambert.
Yes, just to clarify, the volume of competitors on the road, the class of vehicle, like they're not WRC class, are they? So, and just because the big guys, international guys, do a lot of damage. So what sort of volume do we have and what class are they?
It's
40 competitors, okay, 2 in a car, and they're just a normal 4-cylinder rally car. I'm not a big car person, so can only tell you that they are more of a hill climb type of vehicle rather than a international rally vehicle. They said that they're the lightweight, the best. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. One quick one. How many runs through just the one run?
I think they do 2 runs.
2 runs.
They run it to practice.
Well, put your hand up, please. Councillor Manderson.
I think we should give certainty to this, not defer it. The organisers need to know where they're going. And there's little enough happens that's on potential excitement. Money drops to various coffee shops, etc. in Kaipara, that I favour it going ahead.
Thank you. That's a statement rather than a question. Did you have one? I'll take one more question. Did you have one there, Councillor Penalties, and then we'll. Okay, all right. So, you have a question, National? Councillor No. One further question, please, and then we move on.
Was approved to go ahead earlier on. It is just being shifted. The date is shifted, right? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make a move of statement. I think $5,000 spent on the road would probably do a lot of repairs for 2 runs of 40 cars. That would be my statement. Councillor Nair, do you have a statement?
Can we let the staff vacate?
Well, I would say I concur with Councillor Manderson. Kaipara, we are trying so hard to have some action in Kaipara. So this is the opportunity. Any opportunity where some action, I don't really care. There are so many ways to kill the roads.
Okay.
And this is not the only one. So I will go for it.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Let me just compose myself. Okay, cool. Right, here we go. Didn't ask a question because it said one more question, but then the questions kept going. But I thought I'd be a good girl and not raise my hand. So I'll just make it a statement. What I would actually like to see, and I agree, great, love the rally. It's a regular event, and from what I hear, it goes off really well every year. I think what might be useful after this rally is possibly if elected members could be advised of any damage that did occur, any part of that bond that was used, any part of that bond that was refunded, so that perhaps next time this application comes round, we're just a bit more informed of what effect the rally actually does have on the roading.
Yeah, I think that's good thinking. Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, it was just a follow-up on my line of inquiry, really. I would make the plea that a further attempt is made to reconcile things with that person who's concerned about the rally, and I think a face-to-face meeting would be more effective than just another telephone call. That's all.
Okay, I'm sure we can follow up there. Councillor Rachel Williams.
I just note on here, it says the rally organisers have consulted with the residents of Arcadia Road regarding the event and have received support to hold this event later in July. So the greater road users are obviously supporting this, but yeah, we definitely need to get back to the one person who doesn't support it, and yeah, they need to have a response.
Thank you. Any further statements, councillor Larson?
I don't want to hold things up, your worship, however, I think that this is a sector of our community that do like motorsport, and there's been a long history, as long as I can remember in the district, of having rallies on our roads, and we can't just, if you're not a motorsport fan, whether you are or are not, we don't just go, well, you can't have this because no particularly good reason, there's a bond being put up, versus all sorts of other community activities that we support in the district. So I think we should be supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, so I'm voting against this, and it's just simply because we're talking about a $4,000 bond, but it's the resources and the manpower that we're diverting from roads that are hugely in need of improvements to then go and fix the roads at a time where it just isn't appropriate. And I don't know how many of our other events that we've approved where they're damaging our roads to such an extent. Those are my reasons for having it noted that I'm not in approval of an agreement with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't have anything further. I think we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Against.
Carried. Right, next on the agenda is 5.6 Ruawai Adaptive Pathways. Reporting Officer Katie Simon.
Nice to see you all again. I'm here to present a report seeking decision on a recommendation to add Te Moananui o Kaipara, the Māori ward elected member, Councillor Penalties, as an elected member observer to the Ruawai Community Panel. This is for Ruawai Adaptive Pathways, which is our council's pilot community adaptation planning project, as you all are aware. I would like to apologise and correct the report that you received. It had said that the council made its previous decision to have the two Otamatea ward elected members sit on the Ruawai Community Panel as observers. And that was actually in March that the decision was made. So it's a very minor correction, but I do want to apologise for that. So yeah, essentially, this is just a decision to add Councillor Penalties on the invitation list to the Ruawai Community Panel. And that means that Councillor Penalties would be invited to all subsequent panel meetings and kind of associated panel sessions. Apart from that, it changes nothing. It doesn't change the structure. It doesn't change any budget. It doesn't change the scope. That's pretty much it. So it's quite a simple action, essentially. Staff do support this. This is, and the decision to approve the addition of Councillor Penalties just increases elected member oversight and the connection between the panel. So we would have multiple elected members that would be invited to observe, and then just increases that connection. So from our side of things, from the project team side of things, we support it. Yep, that's pretty much it.
Can I, before we carry on, sorry, before we take questions, I needed to get a mover, Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins, and a seconder.
Second.
So are you seconding, Councillor Mayor? Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry, no, that's told a second.
So are you open for questions, are you? Yeah, any questions?
I just thought I might, so this was the first that I knew of this being put in the agenda. So how often are the meetings and how long do they go for?
Oh, so the meetings are, we aim for right now about every 2 to 3 months. The next panel meeting is scheduled for the 12th of September. And the last one was actually just held last week on the 20th of June. They aren't a set kind of quarterly meeting because we're sticking to this process. So it kind of depends on the work that has to be done in between the meetings to then have items ready to bring to the Ruawai Community Panel. But yeah, the next meeting will be the 12th of September. The aim is that for this coming financial year, we'll have about 6 panel meetings, which will hopefully bring us to where we need to be in the project, where we're presenting to council the Ruawai Community Adaptation Plan, just step 7 in the wheel of this process. Yeah. Sure.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, my question is simple. I understand her name was not mentioned in the whole thing. It was just the Maori ward. And I think it should have been mentioned. But my question is, why can't anyone else be observer? I'm quite dedicated to that Ruawai adapted. As an observer, anyone can go and attend. That was the understanding I had, isn't it?
It's by invitation only.
Can I be invited?
That's not how it is.
And so Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another point of clarification. We talk about the Tuo Tamatea ward. Do they have speaking rights?
So there are now, we have set chairs. And this will actually come to council soon. So I'm kind of preempting a report that's going to come to council very soon. But the primary chairs are Matua Ben Hitsa and Anna Kerno. So the panel has elected them kind of as well decided them as chairs. And then we have 2 backup chairs who are Ian Beattie and Matua Haki Toka. So they do run the meetings. It's under their agreed on terms of reference as well, and the past decision, they don't have speaking rights. Up until the last meeting, though, it was project team run because we didn't have decided chairs, so it was a little bit more relaxed. But now we're getting into more of a swing of actually following that. So long story long.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I just wonder about the value of being able to have dialogue.
Yeah.
But we are.
Right. Any further questions?
I would make a statement, but.
Okay, no further questions. Okay, move the statement, please. That's Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, I was surprised to hear that Councillor Paniora wasn't aware of this. Well, it came to council, that could have been awkward. But when I read the agenda, I thought that the addition of the Moananui or Kaipara councillor was a sensible one, not only because that then includes all councillors that represent that part of the district, but it also provides my brain just stopped. It also provides oversight with more Indigenous perspective, and it means that it increases that relationship. And whilst there are no speaking rights, I mean, that doesn't mean that you can't have conversations with people outside the meeting or be able to help with knowledge in other areas. So it was a sensible decision to me, and I'm happy to support it.
Second the statement, Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I said, it is a good thing. In fact, it should be open to other members as well. That's essentially I wanted, because we are all dedicated to have those things happening in Ruawai. And I'm frustrated that why other people can't use their words. Yeah, it's a good thing. Good to see you, and hopefully you share what you see. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, all I wanted to say was that I have actually found it quite interesting, the process that they're going through at present in terms of the discussion around risk, what that means, and how you pick apart the different elements to get to different, just to isolate the go, no-go areas and so on. So I've got some benefit from being there and listening personally, and also, yes, you do have the opportunity to talk to people in various stages of the proceedings. It might require some active restraint to actually have being present and not exercising speaking rights. For some more than others, perhaps. That's as far as I should go, I think.
Yeah, I just find it confusing why this comes before us and councillor Paniora herself doesn't know about it. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Yeah, and I do agree with councillor Ashnaya that if anybody wants to be an observer, they should be able to put their hand up and be on that observation situation. Is there any reason why not?
But I suggest, Mr Mayor, a way forward might be for councillor Naya to request that entity, like by getting in touch with a chair or other, to request permission to attend as an observer.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I mean, that's not a decision for us to make here and now. We've already made our decision previously on the membership, so.
If I could just add that I'm also elected at large, and I think that people tend to forget that. So that is my district as well, as a councillor.
It's not at large, that's your part of your ward.
Exactly, and that's what, and so.
It's different things.
Exactly, and so councillor Nair is not the catchment, the catchment of the Kaipara harbour as leads into these districts and not particularly in the Wairau ward because the Northern Wairau isn't part of the greater catchment of the Kaipara harbour restoration and all of the work that's happening there could be the reason why.
Through the chair, we are not mutually exclusive. You stay there and if they allow me, I will come.
Okay. Let's wind this up. Did you have something to say there?
Could you just clarify where we're at with this? Are we at statements or are we going back?
We're at
questioning
statements, councillor.
Statements now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, look, what I would like to see as an outcome of this little item is some clarity around what's happened here, because my understanding was that this item was on the agenda as a result of a request to have councillor Paniora on as an observer on this panel, and I'm kind of equally as bemused as his worship in terms of how councillor Paniora through this entire process was none the wiser about the request even occurring. It seems very strange to me. It's not a big deal, but it would be interesting just to understand if we could have that information come back to us, how the request came about and how councillor Paniora got left out of the loop with the whole thing. That's all I've got to say. If we could have some information come back, that would be interesting and curious. I also support, councillor Nayer's position. He has an interest in being involved in going to that, and yes, how does he do that? Does he get someone to raise a request that he be added? Or how does that come about? So a couple of little questions there, some clarification can come back after the meeting. That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, the right of reply.
Thank you very much. I suppose my right of reply is just remembering the structure of this committee and the decisions that were made at council of how that committee would be structured. And there was a lot of debate at the time members would even be involved, whether they would have speaking rights, whether they would be appointed as members of the committee, etc. And it was decided that the elected members that represented that area would be given observer rights only. So there was still a connection, but it allowed the committee itself to organically govern itself without having interference as such from elected members. This request that staff have raised is to basically level the playing field so that the third councillor that also represents that area is also given the same terms as the ultimatea elected members. And that was clear to me when I read the agenda item. Unfortunate that that's not clear around the table. So hopefully that helps to give everyone an understanding of why we are not all there. I'd love to be there. I'm jealous I'm not. But hopefully that gives an understanding around the table of why this has come to us. It is unfortunate that councillor Paniora herself wasn't aware, but I do understand the process that has happened, why the decision is before us. And we can move to the vote now. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay, we'll move on to 5.7, which is the resignation of Councillor Vincent from the Economic Development Committee and the Remuneration and Development Committee. So the recommendation is that the Kaipara District Council notes the resignation of Councillor Vincent from the Economic Development Committee and the Remuneration and Development Committee, and agrees that a new quorum for the Economic Development Committee be 3 members. So I will put that motion. Have I got a seconder?
Sorry, I had a question about the motion that I sent in before the meeting. Could that be answered before we move and second it?
Well, no, I think we'll put the motion and we can have the questions.
Do you know what the question was?
No, I don't. Glass or...
Can tell.
No, I didn't see it. So I will put that motion.
Your worship, or are you?
Well, I'm moving it, yeah. Do I have a seconder? I don't.
Yeah.
Councillor Anderson. Okay, now, who's talking to this, Councillor?
I am.
C.E. Maris.
Yeah, my apologies though, Councillor Wilson-Collins. I'm not sure I do have your question.
Oh, anyone hasn't got it.
I did see.
I got it. Got it? Okay, because now I'm starting to think I'm taking crazy pills, right?
Is it around the changing the growth and that's around the
question, if I worded it rightly, how it is in my head, was around the recommendation, that's now the motion, agrees to the quorum of the Economic Development Committee, but doesn't reference the other committee.
No.
So my question was around that.
Okay, cool. If I can just intro real quick. So Councillor Vincent has resigned from the Economic Development Committee and the Remuneration and Development Committee. The information from the report there. The Mayor has chosen not to use Section 41 powers under the Local Government Act to appoint further members. The reason the quorum, we're just tidying up the quorum there. So for reasons unbeknownst to myself, I'll be honest, is we had a quorum which is somewhat higher than what's normally put. In the terms of reference, and I think that may have been just a little bit of a typo error. Normally the quorum is for an even, it's half, and for an odd, it's half plus 1. So we're literally just tidying that up. So if you look at the Remuneration and Development Committee, there are 6 members, so the quorum is currently 3, so that remains as is. And the Economic Development Committee, number of members is 5, we're changing that quorum to 3.
Okay, so because the second part of my question was about the reference to 3 members in the recommendation, but the reference to 4 members where it says updated composition of the 2 committees.
Yeah, so
it's 3, reducing it to 3.
Reducing it to 3 from 4. It's be 4 in the terms of reference. Apologies for confusion.
And we don't need to note the Remuneration Development Committee because that quorum was already 3. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Happy to take any further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, have you got a question?
Yeah, a silly question. So I understand it is the power of the mayor not to ask anyone. But I would assume as a matter of courtesy, because these are 2 very important committees, remuneration, which oversees the staff and all those things, and the economic development, which is, as I said, we like to have people back in there. So we are not short of people. It's not about quorum. It's about people who are actually engaged in the process and are quite passionate about it. So my question is courteous. What could be the reason that you use the power? You don't like other council members?
No, I'm satisfied after all we've been through that the two committees will operate quite well as they have been without adding another member. That's the decision I've made. If that changes, well, I might change my mind. Yeah. Right. Any questions other than the notes? Hoover's statement. Look, I'm happy with this one. I think it's pretty simple. I'd like to move on. Second is statement, that is Mr. Manderson. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Manderson? Okay. Any other elected members wish to speak to this? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank Councillor Vincent for taking care of himself and making a difficult decision to reduce his membership of his committees. No surprise that there's no replacement. And we can just go, move on.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak?
Did I speak or will I speak again? That was the question. So my statement is simple. As I said, I'm quite dedicated, as you are, to make changes to Kaipara, and economic development is passion. I thought, and I thank you, Mark, sorry. Now I'm getting my head around for doing it so well for so long. But I think it would have been great if there were more people on the thing, more ideas. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've have the right to reply. I'd also like to echo Councillor Erin Wilson's statements, and we all have changing circumstances, and nice that Councillor Vincent's still a key member of what we are doing. Thank you. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda.
Lunch.
Okay, well, let's have a hand up. Do you want to move, push through, or do you want to have lunch? Those who want lunch, put their hand up. It's adjourned for lunch.
I'll be back.
What time are we back?
12:36 now.
It's 12:30 now?
12:36 now.
Oh, okay. 1:15? go.
Famous trail program. That's not anything.
Okay, next on the list is 6.1, externally funded projects update, June 2023. Can I have this, please?
Ash.
Thank you. Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins and seconded by Ash Nair. And who's presenting this?
Alan, who's in front of us.
Oh, there you go. He's asleep. Thank you. Away you go.
It's all right. Alan made me get here on time, or made me come early actually, and then you broke the lunch, but that's okay. All good. So I'm taking, apologies for the lateness of the report. We had a couple of finance things to work through to make sure we had reconciled some of those numbers, particularly as we're coming up towards year end. So apologies for the lateness, but I will take the report as read. Unless you guys have got any questions.
Right. Any questions?
It would be.
Just give us a little bit of time, I think, to absorb some of this.
Framework 6.1 first. What is it?
There was the
Externally funded.
Yes, externally funded project.
Page number.
I'm on it.
It was in that under separate cover on Monday.
Actually seems that their account.
No, that's what I did.
Didn't have a question. External point. No one is asking any question, yeah?
The bi-monthly update on the progress of these projects. We last came to you in April.
Because will stop and.
It's a,
We're going to go through project by project.
I wasn't going to, but yeah.
let's see what questions we get first, shall we? Councillor.
Pre-question, it was just about the Dargaville path, that
shared path.
Yeah, that's not in here.
So we haven't got a status report on that yet because that initial planning has really only been kicking off in June and these reports are as at May.
Okay.
Actually, I think we'll go with what Councillor Vincent said. I think that's smart. We'll just
asking, that was
just, yeah, but if we just troll down through the document and take the questions as they come, Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Hi, thank you so much for all the reporting. I unfortunately missed the opening of the Ohu Valley Trail, so I was just wondering if you had any comments on how that went.
I wasn't there either. Any of the staff in the room?
I was there.
Yep. Opening?
Mr. Morris was there. Mr. Lambert was there.
Don't forget her, you know.
She's ignored by.
He ignored us.
Just a quick word on that. We've just about exhausted that funding for after the first stage, is that correct?
Okay, KVT, yes, we have. There is a small amount that we're asking MB to be able to carry over so that we can address the issue outside the marae and push the path rather than going through on the road in front of the marae, go on the rail access corridor.
Okay.
I have a question to the chair. High water.
Yes.
It appears to me that whatever $740,000 we put in were not bear any fruit because of the weather, right?
Correct. Consistent results.
Are you gonna continue with this kind of project again, or?
No, so the intention is, and there's probably people in the room that are closer to some of the meetings with Northland Link than I am as well. So the intention is to transfer the activity to Northland Inc. We have a little bit of money left and MB are just in the process of agreeing that we can transfer that to Northland Inc. because they have interest in carrying that on.
I can add to that, Bishop. So there's a little bit of money left. We just want to get Northland Inc. to carry on a bit of a trial on a plant that is beyond me right now. I can't remember the name. Hiringa, that's right. And we also have a pivot irrigator, believe it or not, that's on our council asset list as part of that Kai Waters project. So we're going to sell that pivot irrigator. We don't want it. And use that money to go towards that transfer as well.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good.
Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you for the chair. On page 2 of the externally funded projects, it's got round 7 of funding was announced in April. And we're likely to hear back in August, and that's for Mangawai Community Park drainage, Bailey's Beach, boardwalk, 2 other items there. Is there money currently set aside for that and then we'll add the funding to it? Or is this something that we take through the LTP if we didn't get funding?
That's exactly what will happen. So one of the criteria for TIF is that it is not a planned activity. So this particular round of funding for round 7, when it was announced, one of the criteria for it and the priority will be given to projects that are addressing issues that arose through the various storm events. So that's one of the reasons why the Mangawhai drainage went in there, because of the issues that exposed. So we will include them in the LTP if we're unsuccessful. But then one of the criteria for TIF is that they're not planned activities.
Chair, I have a question which is more technical. Is it Anil can answer or you can? That bridge you have, the 2 bridges, right? They have a limit of 10 people at a time, right?
Which location are we talking?
We're talking Kahu Valley Trail.
Oh, right, yes.
So you would not be aware of the bridges anymore.
The 2 bridges, yeah.
So they have a sign on there. It says 10 people at a time. Who's gonna monitor that? I went on a bicycle, he went up, probably 20 people went through. And all I'm saying, 24 hours. So how are you gonna monitor it? You said yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we're not going to monitor it.
Nobody.
So
there will be a cost to that, and it's about personal.
Leaders also say.
We'll go to jail if somebody dies.
You.
Kidding, I'm kidding.
You're the local rep.
Come on.
So can I just say, Mr. Mayor, that those bridges are built to specification. It's been quite an involved process to get them up to specifications, national specifications for cycle trails. There is personal responsibility on a cycle. Obviously, the trail does go through road as well, and there's a personal responsibility on that road too. So you can't protect everybody from everything. And so we won't be monitoring it because there'll be a significant cost to do that.
So may I request you should put a sign there at your risk or something like that, because I don't want any legal obligations. Because there's no disclaimer. All it says 10 people at a time, and you assume that nobody looks at that. When you're walking or driving or cycling, you don't look at the bloody sign, you know? So I think it should be.
But nobody.
You've got to.
Is that what you just said?
Sorry?
You want a sign, but nobody looks at signs. That's what you.
No, I'm not.
Cycling through so they don't have time.
Sign is upstairs.
Read the sign.
Okay, let's move on, eh? Any more?
Important, sir?
Yep.
We're looking at signs.
Noted. Any more questions? Aaron Wilson Collins.
Thank you. My question's in regards to the Wharfs project. So we've had notification that work is going to be put on hold until September. Is there any chance of our funding being affected?
No, we agreed with MB a while ago, because we actually considered stopping it earlier than this, because we were missing every low tide window in the daylight. So we considered night works, we considered mid-tide works, but the risk to equipment and personnel was too high. And one of the issues that we've had is even in the low tide or mid-tide points, because of the poor weather we've had, the visibility has been too poor for the divers to actually do the piling work successfully. So we've been talking about this with MB since March, that we might have to postpone, and we've kind of limped along, hoping that we would get a break in the weather sometime before the end of the financial year. So they're fully on board with us taking that approach from a safety perspective.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? No further questions? Okay, thank you. Movers statement, councillor Aaron Wilson Collins.
There's nothing required here.
Nothing there. Seconder, Ash, no?
Well, I would like to add a little bit. So externally funded projects can be a nuisance if you don't have the budget to carry on. So like Kaipara Valley Trail, we are in a spot where a half-finished job. So I think we should be mindful of that in the future. We pick the projects, we have the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, members right to reply. Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins.
Nothing to add.
Okay, that's put to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Right, 6.2 on the agenda is recommendations to notes the exception report May 2023 3, I will move that one. Do I have a seconder? To Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we've just got Amanda coming in to queue now. Amanda's just going to answer the questions previously around the financial stuff. Thanks, Amanda.
All right, some highlights on the May financial report. Our rates revenue is slightly below budget. This is mainly due to the water rates being below budget. We had a question around the rates penalties. So what's happened here is every 3 months, our rates penalties are allocated. Yeah, these were due on the 21st of May. As people are finding it hard to repay, the staff took the initiative and sent out those that hadn't paid to say that if they paid by the end of June, that the penalties wouldn't be allocated on. This is just to try and get some extra payment in, and the feedback has been positive. People have appreciated it, and yeah, we've had a lot of payments coming in. Further through, we've got an overspend in activity costs. This is largely repairs and maintenance due to storm damage. The roading is currently 1.1 million due to the emergency works. We will be able to get 100% subsidy from Waka Kotahi on this, which hasn't yet been approved, so accrued into this May report. This should be done by June. We had another question regarding this. The 1.1 million referred to for the emergency works, this has been rounded up and the subsidy hasn't. So there's 1.066 million for both, so they do offset. And the other 1.1 for road sealing, that is separate. So if you add the two together, that gives you the overspend of 2.17 million. Moving on from there, we have an underspend in employee benefits, which is largely due to vacancies as detailed in the report. And this brings us to a current deficit of 693,000 with the $1.1 million roading subsidy that we should get from Waka Kotahi. This would bring us back into the surplus for this period. I did have one other query, and that was on the fiscal accruals. And if we could do for the underspends and employee benefits and repairs and maintenance and open spaces, the answer to this is no, but we will, just because our accruals have to be based on actual spend, but there is an underspend of 100K in legal fees, which we will be carrying over to be spent in parks operations. And these carry forwards will come to council with the capital carry forwards as well. So there will be a list of operational carry forwards. We've already rated for this cost, so they can be carried forward.
Amanda, a question from Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Amanda, thanks for that. It might be twisting things a little bit too far, but are we not able to consider on the basis of all things being equal, we would have had a position or something done, but for whatever reasons, it wasn't able to be done, but likely to be done in the next year, and accrued on that basis?
Our accruals at year end are scrutinised very heavily by our auditors, and we need to have proof to back up any accruals that we do. So any actual spend that's been done, any work in progress, we ask that the suppliers invoice us for a progress claim so we can get in as many expenses as we possibly can into this financial year, but without the support of actual work, we won't be able to do that.
Fair enough, I understand. It's fine.
It's okay. Nice try. Carrying on through here to capital expenditure, we are still sitting at a large amount of balance left to spend this financial year. It has been indicated by the infrastructure team that we'll be looking at about $39 million to be carried forward into next financial year, and those projects will be brought to council to be approved. We've had a large amount of transport costs come in, and for example, our creditor payment for May was $9 million, largely roading, so they are working really hard to try and get all their costs through before the end of the financial year. Are there any? Happy to take questions, any of these.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 4 of the report, under expenses, there's professional services. And at the end of that box, it says increase in security services at Kaiwi Lakes Campground for the high season over January, February. One of the reasons for that final score on the next column. Has any progress been made in gathering all the costs and income associated with Kaiwi Lakes into one cost centre?
My understanding is that they are all currently in one cost centre in terms of Taharoa, Domain and Kaiwi Lakes are currently in one cost centre, all of the costs relating to those.
So we do have, like we can, some sort of a statement of income and expenditure for each financial year.
Yes, and there is a piece of work that is being done regarding the campground specifically that's going to the Audit Risk and Finance Committee in September around the profit and loss of each of the campgrounds in the district. That might highlight some of your queries.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Paniora.
Thank you through the chair. My question just to the customer interactions. There seems to have been a really significant increase in the customer service interactions and reception and the online digital, like almost by 50%. And then in the graph, it's got a lot of that apportioned to land rates. I'm just wondering what about land rate has such a significant increase in ratepayer queries and interactions.
I can't answer that question. It's not a financial question.
Sorry, it's the final rates installment is there, so we're getting a request for rebates information. Rates installment, and then we'll have to go for the next person sorting period.
So this time, so the same time last year, and historically it still wasn't as high, like even in comparison to previous years. So that would just be a normal thing that would occur. So it's I don't know, it just seems like something else is happening, but it's not clear what.
Yeah, our interactions have increased, I think maybe the last year, so we're beyond any all of our customer interactions. They seem to just grow. There are definitely more queries coming out across the board, but the majority of that queries for last month are rates related.
Is that like negative inquiries, or is it just everyone seems to just inquire a lot now? Okay, all right.
Can I ask a question? What question? Oh, yeah. I was reading in the paper about the vandalism and all these road signs that people are objecting to. Are we still required? I know we had to pay initially to get these signs changed on the eastern side of the district. Are we still paying a contribution when they get vandalised? Because I hear it's quite a lot of money.
Previously, I don't know. Do you know the answer? Oh, yeah, I'd expect though that if it is our sign that's vandalising, we would have to fix our sign.
So we've been left with the load in those signs. Okay. Right, any further questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I've just got a couple of points too to add if I could. So thanks, Amanda. Just wanting obviously to note the 20% drop in building consents and 10% drop in resource consents. I think it's valid to point that out again to you. Obviously a bit of a trend happening in the economy and we need to be aware of that. So that's it's important to note. And then of course the building consent value is actually, the reduction is quite high. And that's represented on the graph on the top of page 10. So I think it's quite valuable to see that as well. Employee benefits, so there's currently quite a few vacancies as we reported across the business. We will probably have vacancies in the next year. However, the budget next year is a heck of a lot tighter. So you won't be seeing such an underspend there. Bear with me, Councillor Paniora, I'll just say a couple of things. And obviously we've also started work on our annual report. So thank you so much for agreeing to the annual plan. That's brilliant today. Now we have to turn our minds to the annual report. Now that's backward facing on the performance of this last financial year. So the thing I wanted to say here though is because of all the storms and the issues around New Zealand, legislation has been somewhat relaxed about the timeframes for the annual report. Technically, we have till December. However, we don't want to take that up. We're going to hopefully deliver to the October council meeting, which is 1 month later than normal legislation, but the team are under the pump. So we're still working hard to deliver it, and we want to deliver it in October. So that just sets expectations for the year ahead, a few months ahead. And then concurrently, we're also going to start ramping up the efforts with you guys in the LTP. Because we have a lot of work to do in the LTP now. We've had quite a lot of discussion about, hey, this will be in the LTP, this will be in the LTP. That rubber's going to hit the road soon, actually. And we have our first briefing set for the whole LTP day in July as well. Now, also wanted to let you know that you'll be aware the legislation around the affordable waters reform is in, and it still is in place, that entity A is commencing from 1st of July 24. Still going ahead. So we are required to not include waters in our LTP. So you won't see that. So just want to let you know that as well. Happy to take further questions. I think Councillor Pani.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So the last stop take we had, I think it was an underspend of approximately $1 million due to the vacancies. The question I have, I guess, is, are they really vacancies if we're managing to meet targets, and are we overstaffed given that we've been consistently meeting our targets from what I see from these reports that we get back?
So with the staff vacancies are in different areas, as you can see by the report. What I would say is, with our planning staff, for example, we struggle to fill those roles. We've got long-term vacancies there, and we're no different to any other council in New Zealand. There's not enough planners in this country at the moment, and we struggle to find people. So we are carrying long-term vacancies. The quid pro quo to that is our team is working really hard to deliver for the organisation. There's people doing long hours as a result. They're dedicated to do the job to try and get through. So
I guess supplementary to that is, if we have good staff that are working overtime, is it not better served to remunerate them more effectively with the underspend than to hold these long-term vacancies that seems to me aren't really required in a full-time sense? I don't know, just some food for thought.
Thank you.
Chair, just related to that, so you mentioned that the building consents and all come down drastically and all those kind of things, which also negates the effect of having more planners anyway, isn't it?
No. So building consent is different, and we do have a core amount of staff on site, but we do obviously use consultants as well. So it reduces that speed.
Okay, so you keep doing. Can we ask question on other matters as well? I think when Dale presented, he said we have to hold an election by September something. We have to make a decision.
So you're going to make a decision on the voting type. So first past the post versus single transferable vote. So we're just organising today actually to get hopefully Dale to come to next week's briefing to go through that with you.
All right.
But you need to make a decision by September.
Councillor Howard, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason, you may have in part answered this, but I'd noted that one of the areas that we were deficient on in terms of employed people was the consent, building resource consent. I think there was a number, I can't remember, was it 5? So strategy moving forward, you've already said that, no, we still need people in that area to answer our delivery. So are you actively still looking for people in that area, in that broad area, to employ building and resource consent, or are we likely to move to a bit of flexibility with contractors, etc.?
So we do have that flexibility with contractors already. And so, obviously the overflow goes through to consultants and contractors and all that sort of stuff. And we only have a core amount of staff.
Yep.
We look at this constantly. And one of the things as an ET, what we're doing at the moment is we're really looking at roles. We actively look at roles and whether or not we need to recruit for them. for that reason.
Yep.
So I can't talk to you about longer term strategy with my staff yet before talking to my staff. So
Yeah, I understand that, but you answered it because that's what I wanted to do, is make sure that our employed staff are well utilised and looked after before we go adding consultants.
Councillor Paniora.
Sorry, yeah, just further to that point, I thought that we had in a previous session talked about doing like that an online, or was that during the interviews, like an online resource consent process that some of the other councils have got, where you just pluck from you get you outsource and you get contractors to go on and process, so that we don't have to have staff on the ground. Because was that not something that got brought to council?
So Burnette Council is a fast stream process for simple consents. That's a process that that got reported to the Economic Development Committee.
Has it come before council yet?
No, that's going. I think that's what you're talking about, maybe?
Must be, yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, Amanda. Movers statement. I've got nothing to add to that, so I won't make a mover's statement. A seconder's statement, which is Caren Collins. Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you. Right, last item on the agenda is the resolutions register update. June 2023. That the Kaipara District Council notes the resolutions register update June 2023. Do I have a mover? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Caren Collins. I'll second that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, look, I haven't got a lot to add there. I mean, it's a self-explanatory report. It has the detail in there about the specific resolutions. I think Councillor Wilson Collins, did you ask about the community development agreement?
Yes.
So, Michael Day, just going to throw you in there. We've got there's quite involved answer there. We're nearly there with the development agreement. That's it. Thank you. Right. So they've been working with the team. There have been a couple of issues to work through there around property and the rubbish and dog and that stuff as well. But they've come to a resolution there, and the development agreement shouldn't be too far away now at all.
So do we still need to present it to the committee?
I don't know whether it's ready. It's virtually ready to go, is my understanding.
Okay.
To go to it.
Right.
I accept that there's been a little bit of angst in the community about that and the timeframes around it.
But we're nearly there?
We're nearly there.
Good news.
Michael, do you have anything to add to that particular one?
For the chair, no, Jason, you summarised it quite well. There has been some hail testing done on the site. There has been, as I said, a neighbour who has an approach onto the domain with some activities. So I'll have to work through those matters, but as Jason said, we're just about there.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I had two more questions I sent in earlier. Do you remember those?
I'm trying to find your email, Councillor. And not. So please ask them and I will give them answered.
Is that all right? Other questions? So the next one was about the Mangawhai Museum and the fact that we're short-staffed in the finance department to develop a policy in regards to their loans and what impact that might have. Thank you.
Put a hand up.
Chair, no, it won't make any difference in the short term because the council agreed that basically extended or should be a period of policy. Might have been 1 year.
I feel like it's been that amount of time nearly.
Well, I'll check, but.
Okay. I just don't want to let them down. And then the other one, my last question was in regards to the Pro Tour improvements, so the car parking and all that. Will that work in any way be affected by the delay in completing the wharf structure? Just wondering if they need to park their machinery up in the space we want to improve.
We are coordinating that work, so the city actors are exposed directly out.
Okay. So a yes and a no. So kind of.
Your
Kind of.
question is
Is it going to be delayed? In the document, it gave a, construction date.
so it'll be fine, the car park setting will be fine.
Scheduled to start in November 2023.
So at the moment, no, because we go back to a real.
Okay.
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 It's like the last thing you clean up on your way up.
Yeah.
Okay, good one.
Thank you very much.
Next question, councillor Nair.
Nair, actually, if you can say it in my language, is Nair, but not Nair.
Nair,
Thank you.
Nair.
I know it's hard for you. Thank you.
I'm not good with language, I'm sorry.
Just one question, and it is to do with one item on CCTV. If you remember, we pay $50,000 to $49,000 every year as targeted rates to Dargaville Community Development Board.
Great.
And to my knowledge, last week I was in the park and the CCTV cameras have been removed many months ago. They are not functional. And that's a complaint I put it anyway. So why are we continuing paying for a thing? $50,000 is a lot of money. We got rid of LG and Z for that money. Why it is still there?
So the CCTV network in Dargaville is broader than just the park. It covers actually the entrance.
It's not functioning anywhere.
That's not my understanding. Entrance to Dargaville as well. And it's got number plate recognition too. The whole idea around the CCTV targeted rate was to ensure that it started to progress through to Ruawai as well.
Yeah.
My understanding is the network's still working. I last week have emailed the DCDB, request we would get a report from them for what they do with the targeted rate, and we're still waiting for that as the end of the financial year. So, which is
Well, my
It's a huge thing. That's a huge thing with Dargaville is the crime that.
and it is a lot of things happen when the CCTV camera is not working. So I've been to the park, they were not working, even the lights were not working. I sent an email to all the councillors on that, and in saying that, Ruawai also, so 50,000, we've got to have a good look at, really we need to target rates to the ratepayers for something which is not working. So that's my question.
So we've got an update coming to the table on the status of all that.
when we get the report from the DCDB on the operation of that CCTV network, and it's a network, it's not just covering a park, so you'll need to make that point as well, and it's quite broad in Dargaville. Then yes, we'll make sure you get that.
No, the reason I'm saying, Mr. Morris, is.
It's being destroyed. People are destroying the camera.
Went to the police.
Yeah.
Went to the police.
You're saying crime's increasing because of the fact.
No,
that
yeah, exactly. It's no brainer.
Yeah.
And CCTV, they also, they should know that we're working or not, because whether it's Ruawai or Dargaville, and it's a burning issue.
Next time they install them, they need to make it, they're purposely taking the cameras out to do drug deals there.
Yeah.
So the next time that they put them in, they need to make it so that people can't get to it and destroy them. Yeah.
Well, all I'm saying is, if it's not working, why we are charging $50,000?
It's working. People are vandalising them.
Again, well, it's something to look at.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll look into it. Thank you.
Move the statement, councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Nothing to add.
Second the statement, I will also decline. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Okay, meeting closed. Thank you very much for your